It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for my psychiatrically recommended social time. It is November the 15th, 2023, session number 67. How's everybody doing?
So good.
Happy to hear it. What happened last time?
Kidnapping.
Millicent got kidnapped by a worm with
I got swallowed and I had consequences.
head tongues.
She fucked around and found out.
Yeah. Kidnapping really makes it sound like the kidnapper is at fault, but we kind of did just waltz into his house and start punching him, so...
Yeah, she was asking to be kidnapped.
Hey,
Yeah, sure.
She thought there was candy in that worm.
So I went back in there, you know?
Uh,
The second time.
You were swallowed by two different worms.
Oh, you're right. It
in
was
one
two different ones.
session.
Yeah.
yeah.
And one was just worse.
Yeah.
Worms.
Anyway, now she's with
It's,
Benzac.
it's like right up there with Crocker Copper, you know? Or
oh my
Copper.
god.
Yeah.
I only pull out the eldritch abominations for you guys. You know, that's.
Fine.
And I get swallowed by everyone.
You did get swallowed by Crococopter, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I
Sure
did.
did.
I was traumatized.
I forgot.
I know
Wow.
there's a tiny one somewhere out there.
Somewhere out there, wreaking
Such is the
havoc,
duty of the barbarian, to be swallowed by all
Yeah.
of the gross things.
swimming in circles, freaking out his whole family.
Yeah. But usually I could just fight my way out. I couldn't this time.
Meanwhile,
Mm-hmm.
what did the rest of the gang do?
We're like, we gotta get to where she is. And the easiest way to do that is through Erlash.
Uh-huh.
But joke's on us. He sends us on another little
Vision quest.
vision quest to Panacea.
Interactive history lesson.
Interactive history.
So,
Ooh.
we are going to do 2 lines, no waiting. But I'll have Lindsay and somebody from Group B just go ahead and roll a D100, and whoever rolls higher gets to go first.
I won't do it.
I'll roll a Zark's for you.
Oh god. Oh no. I am not mentally prepared for this.
Oh,
Too
Okay.
bad.
so close to glory.
Bummer,
Yeah.
dude, because the year's starting.
Well,
Yeah. Let's do it.
while that's going on, I would kindly ask the rest of you to go ahead and deafen yourselves.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I'll do
That-
this when it's time to come back. So keep an eye.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Here we go. Go, go, go. On an adventure. Millicent, you are in the
Yes.
throne room
I
of
sure
Emperor
am.
Benzakir. He is up there with his 2 of his 3 viziers. The other one, Zolfal, is right behind you. The Azamar man just kind of like nudges you in the back to go up and see the Emperor.
Roll
See
my eyes and
this kind of like maroon-skinned tiefling fellow, very well coiffed, a sharp kind of pointed goatee with like a couple of bangles kind of braided into it, very tightly curled horns at the top of the head. He seems to be enjoying some kind of chilled wine and beverage from a goblet that the other 2 also have. As you go up to the throne, the other 2 just kind of slink away off to the side of this large dais that the throne sits on. He just kind of looks at you. You've gotten so big.
I mean, sure, yeah.
And that axe is impressive as well.
Yeah. I got this axe, and then my friends made it better.
That's nice. It's good to have friends who can do such things. What do you like to drink? Are you a wine? We have whiskey. We have some there's this thing that they're calling kumis, which is basically like a fermented camel's milk type of thing. If you're feeling daring.
Sure, I'll have that.
All right. He just kind of like looks over at a couple. He's like, bring 2. Feeling a little funky today. Please. We don't need the formality is a little much, don't you think? He just kind of looks down at Zoffel, just like, "That you wanted her, I brought her. You know. Yes, but fair enough." And how long has it been since you've been home? You're going by a different name now, right? I don't want to. Is Tara, Millicent, which do you prefer?
Millicent's fine.
Millicent is fine. It's a good name. I like it. Has a certain amount of robustness to it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Earthy. I suppose that makes sense. The half-elven woman kind of comes back with 2 of these steel kind of chalices and holds them both out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Take a pick. I think they're both the same.
I just pick a random one.
He takes the other. Cheers! And he takes a drink. Interesting.
I take a little baby sip.
It's definitely strong. It's got kind of like an eggnog kind of vibe. It's not bad. Sweeter than I expected it to be.
I don't even know what to think of this taste.
It's interesting, yeah. What's your usual go-to when you're out on the road adventuring?
I mean, I guess I don't really have a go-to. I just kind of try whatever they let me try. Half the time they don't let me try anything. So, I sneak it when I can.
That's odd to hear, but okay. You are a woman grown, are you not?
I feel like I am.
You look like it. I mean, you're taller than me, and I'm not exactly what you would call. I'm a little vertically challenged, but I make up for it in stature and grandiosity, you know. But that's why the throne's all the way up here. But I mean, you have that axe. You have. Surely you pull your weight.
Okay, real quick, like, have I actually ever met Emperor Benzakir?
You have not. You have not ever been in the central
I've
part of
never-
the city. You've seen
Okay.
it from a distance, but you've never been anywhere near these premises.
Yeah, and like, if at most, if anything was like in a passing, like if there was such.
If
a,
ever,
like,
yeah.
even if
It would have
ever,
been at a
but-
distance, for sure.
Okay, just making sure I have that cleared in my brain.
Mhm. So how is your mother?
I mean, last I heard, I think she's fine, but
I thought you had reconnected with her from what I'd heard, but
yeah, I mean, yes, I did, but I've been with my friends too, so it's just kind of been
a lot of back and forth.
here and there. Yeah, but I mean, it's been.
Yes, I apologize. I just have, conflicting. I have some ears out there, but they're not always keen to give me the full story. I knew you were traveling with the one fellow's father. I just thought perhaps your mother was involved in some way as well. I know she's somehow related to the people up in Zeltenbrach that do all of the sneaking and stuff.
How do you get your information?
I have a lot of people. I'm very old, as you might have guessed. I have a certain amount of powers at my disposal.
Makes sense.
Anyway, shall we go for a walk? You want to?
Sure. Can I just, I don't know, just insight check to
Go for
see,
it.
like, in the tower, in the chat.
In the chat's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Insight is wisdom, right?
Yes,
Oh
indeed.
my god.
You really don't know what to think of this guy.
Oh my god. Yeah.
You're a little taken aback.
Yeah. I sure am. I really am.
He just kind of like holds out his arm and takes you down the stairs and then down the stairs of the throne room out into a very nice palatial courtyard. Some trees, little water features here and there. Lots of these guards bearing halberds who just kind of don't make any reaction as you pass by. So it was one of the worms that brought you here, yes?
Yeah, Korgath?
Ah,
I think it
yes,
was.
yes. Troublesome one, that. Good to see you made it out okay. I mean, not that I had any doubts, honestly, but...
Yeah, it says... I heard that the worm hasn't been here in a while.
It has not. It hasn't brought anybody in a while. The last person it brought was, well, it was you. And your mother.
Wait, what?
Yes, that's how you made it to the city in the first time. I thought you knew that. I'm sorry to have dropped a bombshell. I have other ones I want to drop, but I knew those ones were bombshells. I did not know this one was.
So... Wait, how... Did it brought us to that same spot? Like
Pretty
where-
close,
is
yeah.
that-
That's kind of one of its layers.
I-
I like to think of it as sort of a cousin, considering we both have some sort of relation to Yorilash, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Where did it come from? I'm so confused.
I'm pretty sure it ate you. The first time. As well as the second, but you knew that one.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess I just didn't expect that. I knew I knew I wasn't born here per se, but I didn't think that was how we came to be, I guess, into the city.
That was the first time I met your mother. A gifted woman. I assume she's in Zeltenbach or something, doing some sort of espionage.
I'm not really sure at this point. I mean, no one really tell me too much. I just know she's safe at the moment, but with these times, who's to say?
I could probably give you something that would help you answer that question with a little more clarity, but... Anyway, he just kind of takes you... You guys have been walking through the courtyard and down this wide... As you can see, the city is kind of set up in a group of plateaus, and the top one is where the temple is, and the palace. And the central one is where what they call the old city, which is basically the... You know, the fancier part of town. And it's walled off from the rest, but from what you can see, it's very nice, very well kept. He just kind of takes you down among the people. A lot of them don't seem too surprised to see him. People of all different stripes. And he passes by this kind of like open-air market. This very typical kind of bazaar that you would expect to see in a town like this. Just kind of was walking through that area. He just kind of points over to this large like fire pit where you can see a whole bunch of different skewers of all sorts of exotic animals being cooked. Something tells me you might be a fellow meatitarian.
That I am.
He just kind of like takes you over there. He says, "We'll have one of each, please. Make it two of each." I'm getting a little. Getting that milk is just really churning through me right now. I feel like I should probably soak some of that up. Just get like a handful of like skewers of all these different things, and he also grabs.
I'm just like so overwhelmed, like happy with food, but also conflicted.
You notice he eats like an animal. Like this guy is not as well coiffed in his mealtime as you would expect. You see, he's still got some of the milk like in his mustache, and he's just like going to town on some of these skewers.
Yeah.
I would like to tell you a few things, and there's something I want to show you at the end of this. I know that you and your crew have been doing some things working against Zeltenbach and the church and my brother. I don't...
Who is-
Sebas.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we need to be enemies. I would prefer if we weren't, because you are very strong, and you could probably chop my head off right now, and I appreciate the restraint that you've shown thus far. You have come a long way. You have grown a lot. You've matured a lot, and it's good to see. I remember when you were very small. But you are not any longer.
No.
Now, I know this is going to sound very cliche. I've read a lot of stories, but I do think you and I have a few things in common. We both
What might that?
have a very powerful father who
Yeah.
disappeared from our lives almost immediately after our birth, if not before. We both have no claim to what we have. We both took it. We had to. This world did not give us anything. I had a head start on you, but you have done a lot in the time that you have had. We are both the people that our friends depended on. Oftentimes forgetting that we had things that we wanted to accomplish as well. Families that we wanted to see. Goals that we wanted to achieve. They used our strengths. Your strength is a little more literal than mine. I am a caster, but... I know you've probably heard a lot about me. And some of it is not as good as one might hope. And I will not deny this. And just kind of continue walking through the central quarter of the city.
Mm-hmm.
You see, my brother and I were born many thousands of years ago. Our mother was a human. She was an elementalist. She studied the Leviathans, grew close to Urilash, our father, who blessed her with us. And soon after, she went mad. Exposure for too long, I suppose. My brother is a sorcerer, I am more of a wizard, but both of us also have some warlock ability, as you do. But the problem is when your father is a Leviathan, there are a few glitches in your system. Neither of us can die properly.
That must get kind of lonely.
It does. It did. There was a long time when it was just us. But we both ended up going our own ways. You can't spend 1,000 or 2 years with a sibling without getting into a few fights. We're still on somewhat decent terms, but communication has waned over the centuries.
That makes sense. That's a very long time, I guess.
The problem with being functionally immortal is that people will begin to ask questions. Sabas and I had different approaches to that. He went into hiding for a long time, he and his daughter both. I saw fit to stake my claim on this world and try to do what I could to enact prosperity where I could. I was in charge of a city called Ivory City, pre-Ascension, many years ago. It was something of a failed experiment, but I tried it again here with somewhat better success. Which you will see in due time, but... when he and I fled Sendrana, we saw the beginning of a lot of things. And eventually we saw the Ascension. Sendrana. You probably know it as Panacea.
Oh. It's called Sindrana?
Well, it was. Now the whole world is called that. We sort of passed on that name as a tribute to the place from which we came.
Interesting. Damn, where did Panacea come from?
I don't really know. I think it was some of those people who had to do with the Ascension, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The answer will come.
Okay.
But the important thing to know about our hometown is that there was a great cataclysm there, a long time ago. The wizards delved too greedily. And the town became... well, nobody really even liked it in there but me. It was dark and cold. A place of much learning, but at a cost. The priests and the wizards ended up going different directions. The priests sacrificed their god, the wizards got killed, and then a wizard turned lich eventually went crazy and killed all the priests and everybody else in the city. We escaped during the craziness that was going on, the lynching of the casters. In the ensuing years, I learned a lot and saw a lot. Are you much of a religious woman?
I mean, I follow the powers that be, but I'm still trying to learn a bit more. But I wouldn't say I'm that knowledgeable.
Well, if there are any saints that you are particularly interested in, I probably know them.
Do you
Or at
know
least
friend?
knew of them. Ah, yes, the Firbolg.
Yeah.
Wise. Very, well, very friendly. She came from the ladder and wandered around from place to place. She popped up from time to time. She did a lot of good.
Do you know Oliver too?
Oliver and I had quite the interaction, as a matter of fact. Oliver was one of the four who, during the Ascension, did quite a bit, along with Thea and Maria and Baranon, who's still around somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen him a couple times.
Of course you have. There is a point to this. My brother and I were some of the people who were responsible for the beginnings of the Church of the Powers. We sought an alternative. You see, the gods that resided here and now suspend our world above the violent sea are unnatural. By which I mean they are not native to this plane, even this cosmos. They came from somewhere far away. Upstarts. They tried to arrange the planes the way that they thought they should be. And doing so, it caused chaos. There is a divine logic to the structuring of the universe, you see. The way that the planes are. Well, I'm sure Baranon explained some of this to you if you ever spoke to him. The arrangement of the planes is very meticulous, and if you try to move things around to fit your will, bad things happen, and those who lie dormant awaken. This is what happened to the Leviathans when the gods began to meddle. Chaos, disorder, dysfunction. Eventually leading to the necessity for what we now call the Ascension. The gods sacrificing themselves to try and right the wrong that they knew deep down they had committed. This is where I met Oliver and the rest. I helped. I knew it would give me the time to study what I needed to study. You see, I believe there is a way to fix all of our problems.
Do you?
Urilash will return. This is inevitable. We are not working to cause it. Well, at least I am not. I do not know what Sabas is really doing these days. Or Andreas. But I have my own projects, and I believe that Sabas is working on a similar one if this parallel world is of any indication. I needed time to study. I knew that my father was arriving and these people would help to calm him down for a time. So I helped. Entreated some deities who were more inclined to listen to me, while they did the rest. I want to forestall the damage. Come. I have something to show you. Takes you back to the temple. Palace at the center. And takes you back down into that lab. But this time, you can see.
Oh, wow.
We'll go ahead and jump back to the other group for a little bit.
Okay.
And you, Lindsay, can go ahead and deafen for a little bit.
Okay. Let me make sure I press the right button.
Hello.
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 I'm sure things are only going well.
The three of you find yourselves in a strange place. Brick and mortar buildings, cobblestone streets, strange lamps that seem to be lit by non-magical means that you can't exactly understand. And a large, loud metal vehicle thunders past on wheels powered seemingly by steam and smoke. And you hear the sounds of alarm coming from up ahead as a crack pierces the sky and you feel some drops of water fall on your head. You look up and you can see the sky is dark blue water far up ahead. Some kind of dome barrier keeping it off of you. People are rushing past. There seem to be some wielding weapons.
Going towards where the alarms are coming from.
As it would seem.
Well, I suppose part of the test, eh? Might as well join them.
Sure.
Do we have any idea where we are?
I've never been to an underwater city before, so no.
Wherever those are.
I mean, you have a better idea than me.
Or perhaps when? Last time you put us in the past, right?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah, when everything was floating up.
So we could have another situation like that, I guess.
Joe, yeah, maybe this place is underwater present day.
Is there any, like, signs or anything written that we could see the language of?
Yeah, make a perception check. And you look around, you see some script that you have never seen before, and then you do remember in the book that you guys read detailing some of the spookier rituals of magic, there was some of script that looked a little bit like this. It seems, and the meaning becomes clear to you as you look. As you remember last time you found yourselves in somebody else's body. You feel like this is probably happening again, as you can kind of begin to parse the meaning of the signs on the roads that you can see. Mostly benign house names, street names. You can see the big thundering vehicle that's passing by on a nearby track seems to say Sendrana Transit. And there's somebody hacking down a wooden sign that seems to be pointing to the right up ahead that says the Academy.
I'm just gonna go up to that guy who's hacking down the sign.
Seems to be a human, stout figure. He's just got like a plain white shirt on, some khaki pants. Just kind of looks over at you.
Hey, I'm sorry, you seem very busy, but what's going on?
It's time. Showing those fuckers who's business, who's boss. If you know what's good for you, you'll keep away. I know your type.
My
You one of them? You one of those magics?
No. I like to stab things.
Ah, well then get to stabbing. Just kind of
Oh,
points,
okay.
and you can see down the road, kind of across this narrow bridge, maybe a mile away, is this enormous circular building on kind of a peninsula that's surrounded by 11 towers, and there's just a swarm of people crossing the bridge.
Is that the
academy?
No, I'm pointing at the vehicle that's going by.
The train?
Yes. Is the train going there right now?
No, it's just heading on the circuit, delivering stuff.
Oh, but does it pass by?
No, it doesn't go by the academy.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, never mind. Thank you. Big help.
He
Big
just
help.
like looks confusedly at you.
Just go back. Well, seems like they want to stab magic people over there.
That's an interesting problem.
Also, that thing's called a train. Ever heard of one of those?
No.
Me neither.
I guess we go see what's going on?
I mean, yeah.
Probably not stab people. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, probably not stab anybody, yeah.
At least until we know who's who and what's going on.
And then we start.
Also, oh, hang on. Like, what did he say the stabbing was for?
Huh?
Like, who there was stabbing?
It's just people over there, the towers. Magic people.
Okay.
I don't know. He was chopping down a sign at the time when I talked to him. I didn't want to test him.
Okay, let's go see what there is to learn here and what
Yeah.
Urilash's challenge is in this case.
Yeah. Let's go.
You guys head up the road that way. There's a massive throng of people crossing over the bridge, and the sounds of lots of explosions and lightning and thunder and just spells being cast within this enormous central dome-shaped building across the bridge. The bridge is just full of people with torches and swords and shields, and a couple of them seem to have firearms as well. And they're just like firing them into the air.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Pretty cool.
If it wasn't most likely a problem.
Yes, right. Yes, not it's big problem. You're right.
As you guys like approach the bridge, you just hear this figure kind of that seems to be a pretty short figure just kind of looking up at you, just kind of seems to be hooded. As you kind of look down, you don't really see anything until he just kind of removes the hood, and it's not like he was invisible, just like somehow your eyes were just glancing off of him while the hood was over him. Just kind of looks up at you. He's like, Sartor,
What?
get to the aberration tower, okay? Turian has something for you guys. Seems to be a little halfling with just a couple, like a wispy beard.
You got like a good way for us to get there?
Not really.
Or just straight through the front gates, huh?
Yeah, or I don't know, fly or something. I don't know. I gotta get out of here though, man.
Okay.
He just kind of looks at you guys. Just be careful, okay?
Aberration Tower.
Yeah. What are you doing bringing Mira here, man? Come on. Just kind of puts the hood back up and slinks away. Seemed to be pointing at Celeste.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
so
all
this
look
was,
the same to us, right?
Yeah, you guys look like you.
Okay, yeah.
To you.
is there anything like reflective that we can look at?
Yeah, you can. There's a couple of puddles from where the water seems to be dripping from above.
I try to look at one of them.
As you look down, you see a pretty young-looking, blue-skinned tiefling woman.
Just like look down next to her.
You see a kind of a maroon-skinned tiefling man with just kind of a little pointy beard, and
Just, oh man.
And I'll look as well.
you seem to be a red-skinned tiefling man with just kind of long horns that kind of flow back down the back of your head. You're all wearing robes.
Who are you supposed to be?
What does Benzakir look like?
Have any of us seen Benzakir?
I think so.
I might have.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you would have.
Does he have, like,
That seems to
paintings
be
of himself?
seems to be what Rook looks like.
Oh yeah, you're definitely him. I didn't see it initially, but you're definitely him.
Great, I love it.
As you look
So
in his
this-
reflection, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Also, this was scratching an itch of what Juliet was telling us initially, but I didn't want to jump on the assumption. And the Turian talk, this is the whole panacea situation in which the wizards did unspeakable things, and then there was a violent conflict.
Are we supposed to do unspeakable things?
I don't know what we're supposed to do yet, but we're certainly here.
You could
Is
sound
that
a little
what-
less excited by the prospect.
Oh, we're supposed to do unspeakable things? Oh, I can't say it.
I mean, I know you are, but you could at least pretend.
It's pretty hard. Well,
I guess
Well,
we
that's
go
just
see what's in this
not
tower.
right.
Last
Yeah,
time we
yeah.
just had to get through it and follow the path, so...
Also, wait, hey,
Yeah.
real quick. Has anyone ever seen, like, Sabas is a tiefling, right?
Travis, yeah, he's a tiefling.
Was he a red tiefling?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Has anyone, I mean, like, we know he's red. Has anyone seen him before?
I don't know, but my best bet is that it's him.
How would the...
How old are they?
I don't know. How old is this?
Apparently very.
Yeah.
Last time it was Ascension shit, so...
I mean, we definitely know Mira's still alive. I mean,
Yep. Seen her.
so we probably have to go figure out what the hell they did and, well, probably just survive until we figure out what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
To the
something.
tower. It sure is.
You guys kind of enter into the throng of people that are pushing their way to get across this bridge. You're largely left alone, but a few people seem to take notice of you and try to flag you down. Apparently, your garb does somewhat give you away as casters.
Don't worry, I've got this.
Are we still us? Like, if we
Do-
try to cast a regular spell?
Yeah. You guys still have your own statistics and everything.
Okay.
Are they trying to flag us down, like, in the way?
They're just like, as you guys are passing by, they're just like, hey, but you're able to generally keep moving.
Okay, yeah.
Like, nobody specific is trying to get your attention, but they do seem to be noticing you as you walk by.
Okay.
But you're able to push your way forward to the central room here, and inside is just a bloodbath. You can see there are a number of these, what seem to be siege weapons. There's a number of, like, conjured elemental beings that seem to be casting spells left and right and wreaking havoc on the people who pass through the doors. You can see there's a handful of what seem to be larger, stronger individuals, like bugbears and orcs, beginning to, like, hoist these bodies up, and a few people have set up, like, chains and pulleys that are literally hanging people from the ceiling. It's dark sight. And the room has 11 doors that are all massive archways that seem to lead out to a number of bridges.
Are you
Well,
still
that's-
looking forward to the terrible things there, buddy?
Seems like they beat me to it.
Hmm.
Yep.
Some arrows whiz by you guys.
Okay, let's go on one of those bridges, eh?
Can we look and see if we can see anything?
Yeah, you can
about
make
the
a
towers,
perception
bridges?
check. Yeah, through the tumult, you are able to pick out. There's conjuration, divination, and you do see one that says aberrancy. It's basically across the hall from you, because of course it is.
That's the one. Through all the bullshit.
Hmm. Well, I mean,
Thoughts?
I could just run there, probably.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
So, Celeste, thoughts?
Oh. I'm not exactly sure. A lot of the spells I have right now are not really meant for this.
Killing large crowds of people? Because if we're Mira, Sabas, and Benzakir, I think I know what Uralash is interested in.
I mean, God, what did we do the last time? Are we supposed to do what he wants, or are we supposed to try to find a different route? I'm
The
going to guess
last time we just killed some big old monster.
that's cut and dry.
I think
This
we need to
time
go
we'll
see
just
what's in the
Kill
tower.
some mean old people. Yeah, let's go see what's in the tower. Alright, I'll see you guys there. I'll just run.
Let's have each of you make some kind of skill check here, whatever seems relevant, to try and get your way through this war zone.
Can survival be used to try to avoid?
Yeah, you could probably try to find like some kind of a path through, I suppose.
All right.
So I'll go with what I said. I'll do acrobatics.
Okay.
Well, the only thing I got going for me more than survival is insight, and I can't imagine that working. So I would like to also survival.
You could probably use insight if you wanted to try and like use it to see what direction the battle was going and where people were going to be not taking
Try and,
stands.
like,
Could we also like bounce off each other? Like if he's doing that and I'm doing this, like we're stuck in this together while we're running ahead. Like
Yeah.
try to be like, no, go that way.
So yeah, Cinder, if you want to do insight, you could do that.
I will try.
Try to read the room, read the madness of the crowd in here. Pretty
Read the
well.
crowd.
Between the two of you, you're able to find a relatively spotless path through this carnage. Rook zips ahead. You guys get to the bridge on the other side of this archway, and you see this massive tan creature standing there. Just basically this mouth with no eyes, a few stout legs, and these massive, long, thick, like cabley tentacles that seem to be thrashing, picking people up and tossing them off. As it seems to smell you as you approach and step aside to allow you to pass.
Oh, thank you.
Alright.
You get to the tower. You can see at the bottom floor there, which again, there's no door, it's just kind of open air. You can see there's a few casters standing here, a few bodies as well, seemingly hit by arrows. There's a massive pile of garbage in the bottom room here. And a bunch of jars of different preserved parts of various aberrations, it seems.
Oh yeah, we're in the right place.
You can see there's a spiraling staircase and a figure just
smell
kind
it.
of a figure just perched on the
Yeah.
staircase, a frazzled looking human man, curly hair, kind of kept probably usually clean, but right now it's covered in mud and blood, it seems. You can see he's got some scars along the side of his face, and he's got an arrow just kind of in his shoulder. He has a few bundles with him, and he kind of looks up as you approach. Sartor, you made it. He just kind of runs up, and Rookie just kind of like wraps you in like a bear hug, and he just kind of at each of you in turn. Sabbath, Mira. Oh, thank the gods.
What did he
The ones
call
that
you?
we have.
What did he call him?
Sartor. That's Emperor Benzakir's first name.
Oh. Yes, we are here.
Look,
Here we are.
I've arranged a way for the three of you to get out of here. I suggest you take it.
Oh,
Oh?
yeah, that'd be great.
I have a circle upstairs, but you should be able to figure out how to activate it. He just kind of looks outside. You hear this cry, seemingly from that large creature on the bridge. Not a lot of time.
Yeah, shit's bad out there.
They sacrificed her. They killed Lyra.
Hey, what?
They killed her. I don't know how. And they're not pleased with me, or the rest of us for that matter. They won't stop till we've all been put to the sword. So go. Upstairs, there's a circle on the 3rd floor. You should be able to read it well enough. But he just kind of goes to you, Cinder. He kind of pulls out this massive leather-bound spell book. Take this. This is my life's work. It has all of what I've been studying, the rituals, the forbidden knowledge. Keep it safe. Get it out of here. Go anywhere else, the uninhabited lands, the three of you. You will live longer than me. See that this knowledge is used properly, and I will stay here and amass my strength.
Yes, of course.
And go. The sun will shine on us again, brothers. This is not the end, this is the beginning.
Can I? So we can like see that we are other people. Can we try and like remember things from them?
Make a wisdom check.
Hmm.
I'm not doing
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey.
You get flashes. This person is a friend. This person is a colleague, a fellow practitioner that you worked with for a long time. He got up to some shady stuff. He studied some very powerful magics, namely some rituals that some thought were a little blasphemous, as well as others.
Is this the Lich guy?
Yeah,
Or who
Seems
will
to be.
become?
seems to be.
Is he at this point?
No, just seems like a guy. A
Oh.
little worse for wear.
Oh.
Well, you two, we should head up to that circle.
Right, of course. Also, hang on. You said young. How young did Mira look in this?
They're probably like a teenager.
Ah, okay.
I'll start heading upstairs.
You go up.
Yeah, I guess so.
You go up, and as you continue up the stairs, you hear thunderous roars from below and some booming noises of cannon fire. And as you do, your vision begins to fade.
Quick, Taylor, look, open up the book. I want to see some pages.
As he opens the book, you guys find yourselves somewhere else. Another time, another space. But we will jump back to Lindsay for a moment. Hello. I will
Sorry.
continue to dance. And you guys can redeafen.
Oh.
Back and forth.
Ooh.
Welcome back.
Hello. All right, taking that all in.
You guys are down in the lab.
Okay.
You see Benzakir. He's still got his skewers of meat in one hand and his half-finished goblet of fermented milk in the other. Just kind of
Yeah.
takes you down to the lab. And you can see some of the area that you passed through before, but he just kind of takes you through to this large central room that's very far down. It seems to be probably directly above the conflux point, and you can see cables kind of coming up from the floor on a central console, hooked up to rows and rows of these crystal tubes that are like 8 feet tall, perhaps 3 feet diameter. Just massive rows and rows of them. Most of them, as you're kind of overlooking them from above, most of them seem to be empty, but there are a few hundred of them that seem to be occupied.
Mm-hmm.
And they're occupied with all different people. Many different types of person. All races, it seems. Lots of different ages. He's just kind of standing there looking down at them. This is the failsafe. This is what I have been studying. You see, when Orilash returns, he will be hungry. He can't help it. It is his nature. It is how he was made. But I believe, given the resources and enough time, I can keep it in check. You see, because of what the gods have done by bringing these planes together in the ways that they have, he now must feed. Some part of him was corrupted by their actions. He has to feast on worlds. Since the Ascension, we have been trying to find a way to resolve this. I believe Sabas has reached a similar conclusion to me, and is doing something about it. If there's any indication in the parallel world that was created at the Surge. I don't really know what that was. But it is potential. When I saw that, I thought, this is our mission. These people that you see below me are willing participants in my study. People from the old city, people from my guard, people from my household staff, friends. These are them. When something bad happens to one of them, this is where they come back.
I need you to explain that a little further for me.
There is a spell called Clone, whereby you can create a sort of homunculus off of you. It takes quite a bit, but it works as a failsafe. If you die, you come back in this body.
So, I thought they were kind of the same but pretty separate. So, are you saying like your original? I guess I don't really know how the clone spell would really work, so I guess I wouldn't. So
Your
if you
consciousness,
die,
your soul is
which is
transferred to
there.
the new body.
Would you be aware of it?
Yes, they are all aware of it.
Yeah. So your plan is to make a bunch of clones?
Well, this is not... Let me show you something else. That will
Okay.
hopefully make everything clear. This, he just kind of walks you down the walkway towards another larger chamber. This is but research. I'm curious about the soul and about the clones. It has been rumored that I have been surviving for all this time off of clones, which is not exactly correct, but When Sabas and Andreas created the other world, I grew curious. How can there be two of me, two of you? Well, maybe not two of you, but two of anyone.
Yeah.
Which one is the real one? Are we both real? This is part of my study on that, because he kind of goes up to a large steel door on the lab floor with a few guards standing outside of it. They both just kind of look at him, and he just kind of puts his hand on the door. Says, if you wouldn't mind taking a few steps back. Kind of mutters a few words, and the doors just slide open. He just kind of takes your hand. This is my life's work. And takes you in, and you can see, you immediately feel this pulse in your chest as you walk forward, and you see, you can see the open sky up ahead, as you seem to be deep enough below. But gathered at the bottom of this room that you're just kind of standing and looking down over is an enormous collection of primordium.
Oh.
The purple and blue rock, probably like tons and tons of the stuff.
Yeah.
This is life. This is my father's gift to me, to all of us. With this, we have enough power to create 100 parallel worlds. When my father returns, this will sustain him. We will create these worlds. He has been rendered non compos mentis. His brain doesn't work anymore because of what the gods have done to the planes. All he knows is that he must feed on worlds, and this will give him the worlds to feed on. Worlds like the one that you were in.
Whoa. Oh, I see what you need the people for and the clones.
People, I had thought, when we create these worlds, I thought it would be simple. We will create barren new planets for him to devour.
Yeah.
But when Sabas and Andreas created that world that you spent 4 months in, I noticed it was not that simple. There are people there.
Yes.
We are there. People with just as much of a right to live as any of us. So I had thought, if I could create clones for people here, when the people here died, they woke up here, in the clone chamber. But what if there was another person on another planet who was the same person? When they died, would they wake up here too? Could we save them by bringing them here?
Yeah.
Now, we obviously cannot do this for everyone, but a choice few people who are able to understand what is going on and want to assist, perhaps we could. We can't just fill up our world with people. It would become untenable, but it is a better alternative than all of us dying, isn't it? This is how we sustain him. He is going to return. It's not a matter of if, but when. The question is, how prepared can we be for when he does, to preserve our world and our lives by creating false worlds just in time for him to devour them. That is why I believe that is why he has imbued the worms and the creatures of the desert with this primordium to supply us with the power that we need to do this. He knows some part of him, some subconscious part of him that is still left inside, understands that he cannot destroy the material plane. This is his way of helping us.
How successful have you been with those clones? With the clones and everything?
Well, I have not been able to concretely prove my theory yet. I only have access to so many people here. And many died on the other side when the islands fell.
That's
but-
fair. Yeah.
That is why I study, why I am doing this all. I think it is possible. I just need time. But look. My point here is, I do not want the gods to return. If they do, everything will change like that. My father will return, and we will all perish. When the gods return, the islands fall, Urilash awakens, and if I have not finished what I have set out to do, we all will die. Besides, the gods, their presence has always done more harm than good. Look at what is happening in the High Church today. That is why I helped to create and proselytize the new way. The powers that be are a much more benevolent force for good. They are gods of our choosing, not interlopers who came from afar to impose their rule upon us. That is what this old church is. You can't look at what is happening in the High Church today and tell me that the world is a better place with that in it. And even the gods know this to some extent. Why do you think they turn themselves into a bunch of lines?
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it just...
It is a lot, this I know. But I know you are an intelligent woman. You are strong of spirit. You have to be. You were not given all of the things that others were given. You worked. You clawed your way to the position that you have. You are strong. Not just muscularly, although that too. But I want you to consider what I have said today. I know you have heard a lot about me. Some of it is true. I have made mistakes. It's impossible to live as long as I have without making a few. And I have seen so much. I have learned so much. And you have something more important to me than what anybody else has. You have an indomitable spirit. You understand. They don't see what I see. They don't understand you the way that I do. I have been there. I watched you in this city. I knew then, and I've only had it confirmed seeing your travels, what little I have. They use you as a weapon. But I think, and you know, that you are much more than that. I want you to consider what I have said today. I have an offer for you. The others are determined to underestimate and misunderstand us. But you and I, we are more than they have bargained for. What did you expect when you showed up today at the palace? What did you think you were going to see?
Well, I guess I don't know. I was definitely... Not this, that's for sure. This was definitely not what I thought. I guess I don't know.
I want to ask you something for you to think about while we return back to the palace. In the time that you have been traveling with these people, when was the last time they did something for you? When was the last time they went down a road because you wanted to go down that road? When was the last time you expressed concern for your family and they took it seriously? My understanding, you have gone far and wide helping these 3 people. What has been your reward but suffering?
I instinctively like touch my scar that I got from Rook.
I will leave you in the parlor here. Can I go back out to the palace for a few to think? But I have something. I'm going to go get something that I want to give you. Just consider the alternatives. You have been told a story your entire life. I don't want you to hear mine. I want you to write your own. And with that, it just kind of walks out. It leaves you in a room. No guards. Open door. Comfortable chairs and cushions, a few tables. More of the libations are in here. Just kind of leaves you in that room to think for a bit. Or to leave, if you so desire.
I think I would sit around and I'll kind of see if I can find like, kind of like see like, is there like, can I see like the courtyard or kind of like where I am?
Yeah, you're just kind of like in a parlor room that's like off the main throne room, so you could retrace your steps down to basically anywhere from here.
Yeah, I think Millicent would definitely want to let out her feelings more in a physical way, so I think she would try to find some like kind of battlegrounds if she remembers seeing one, or like an open area that.
Make a perception check.
Yeah. Or like some place where she thinks like she can like cut down a tree and she won't get in trouble for it. God, good thing.
While you're kind of walking around, the guards do just kind of take note of you, but nobody stops you or anything. You kind of walk around the courtyards. There's a few kind of garden areas. Around the back of the palace, you do find what seems to be like a training ground with some like straw dummies and things that the guards are kind of working on. There are also palm trees around as well.
Yeah. I was like, look at like one of the more like beat up dolls that I don't think that anyone's using, and I'd be like, can I just go hit that?
Yeah, go right ahead.
It's like, okay. I'll just kind of start whacking as I kind of just take in all of that information.
All right. Well, as you do that, we will switch back over to the other team.
Okay.
Welcome back. I don't think Russ and Maddie saw. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. This is really doing a number on my brain. You guys find yourselves once again on that city street, same as before. The things are different now. There's not nearly as many people wandering around in the streets here, and people seem generally pretty quiet. The sky is still dark and watery. And any people that you do see sitting on front stoops or the occasional park bench just seem kind of sickly or vaguely distressed, gray and pallid, and not eager to speak to anybody passing by.
Can I look for another reflection to see like where the scene?
Quick, find a puddle.
You guys find a puddle. You don't see anything.
Oh.
This time around, seems you're just an observer.
Ah.
Hmm.
I'll go up to someone and try to touch their face.
They don't notice you.
Do I like make contact with them then?
You can, but they don't seem to notice.
Alright.
You look around a little bit. You can see the trains seem to have stopped. Have been for quite some time. Judging by the growth of the trees in the area, it seems a few hundred years have passed since the last. You see somebody pass by wearing a drab, simplistic uniform. Seems to have a satchel of these kind of rectangular, white-wrapped paper things, parcels. Seems to be leaving them at each of these little apartment doorsteps as he passes by. Somebody comes out. A rather elderly and alone gnomish man, seems to be one-legged, coughs a little bit, picks this thing up, unwraps it, seems to be basically hard tack and rations.
Well, that's disappointing.
We're still underwater.
Yep.
Like,
In general, things just seem kind of crappy.
well, this place sucks now. Well, it did before.
I'm going to guess it's the aftermath of whatever happened at the tower. I mean, someone succeeded in what they were trying to do.
Did they?
I mean, I said succeeded in what they were trying to do. I'm not saying the consequences wouldn't be bad.
You see another
yeah.
another two people wearing these same drab uniforms come down carrying a large cauldron. They set it down on the cobblestone street a few paces ahead of you. One of them pulls out a bell and starts ringing it. People mill out of all of the doorways of these various houses and coming from along the streets and come up to receive, as they kind of dip in, they seem to be water rations coming.
Do the people in uniforms have any, like, emblems on them?
Make a religion check for me.
Ooh. God, every time I make
They
a
do
religion
have a symbol of some kind, but you do not recognize it.
check.
Somebody tries to get another scoop of water, the old man from before, and his hand gets slapped.
Alright, well. Whatever it was they were trying to accomplish, it seems to have been made worse.
Yeah. What do you think it is we're supposed to do this time?
I don't know, but maybe I feel like trying, like, maybe go back to the tower and see what the aftermath was there, because that's where all the violence was happening.
Yeah, sure. Let's go back.
Not too hard to find your way. You head back to the academy. It seems to be cordoned off pretty extensively. Not too difficult for you to pass by the blockade. As you do, make your way across the bridge. The central doors wide open once more, and inside you see a maudlin sight. Hundreds and hundreds of corpses suspended from the ceiling on chains and ropes. All in various states of decay, some having fallen to the floor. Pieces of them.
Well, I guess some of that we saw happening.
Yeah.
So from what Juliet told us, where the wizards did unthinkable things, I'm going to guess that was the whole kill Leah situation. And maybe the church came back and did this? I don't know.
Well, we were with the wizards last time, and he was talking about them killing Lyra. Meaning, or at least sounding like someone else.
Yeah.
But I don't know what symbol they have on out there, but why then who is the other, like, they, I guess?
I don't know. Maybe whoever's wearing those uniforms.
Have each of you make a perception check for me. Oh. Celeste, you hear a commotion coming from across the bridge and to the north.
There's something going on out there now.
Is
Uh,
there?
Where? Which side? Like, what
Uh,
side of
Across the bridge, up this way. I just heard it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, what's like,
Oh,
what's over there? I guess we
As
go
you
see.
guys kind of start walking across the bridge, it seems to be a large white building, stained glass cathedral, lustrous, to the north.
Oh, maybe
let's
we
go
found
find
our
out.
day.
As you make your way over there, you see a dreadful sight indeed. In the large stairway leading up to the front doors of the cathedral, a similar war zone, a bloodbath. But instead of being priests versus casters, it seems to be somebody leading an army of undead creatures. Zombies, skeletons, wraiths, ghouls. Tearing at the skin of people wearing those uniforms that you saw out on the street. And a few other with priestly vestments who seem to be attempting to cast magics against them, but it's not going their way. And you see a haggard-looking figure in a tattered cloak with desiccated skin, methodically nailing people in glorious vestments to the columns of the front edifice of this temple, this cathedral. Several of them bleeding out as he passes by. Several of them still waiting yet.
This is not a good city to be a part of something, it would seem.
No.
Strangely enough, a small crowd has gathered to the south in a small courtyard out front of seemingly civilians just watching. None seem to have any motivation to intercede on anyone's behalf. As you approach, you see this lone figure at the head of this army of undead creatures reaches the end of his foul work, and you can see it seems to be, or it seems to have at least once been, the figure that you spoke to in the Aberrancy Tower before. But certainly now he has wasted some parts of himself away and become something of a lich.
Well,
See him approach the final figure. Evidently the final of one of these high priests that he is nailing to the pillars, who just kind of looks down at him, sputtering a bloody laugh down at him as he nails his body up. Just kind of... You know not what you do, Turian. He doesn't respond, just continues his work. He just kind of spits out a blood clot. Their lives are ours. You've saved none but yourself. Enjoy eternity alone. You see, he raises a hand, a concealed knife, and slits his own throat. As he does so, and as the last of the priests dies, you see Turian turns to look. He almost seems to recognize you in the crowd, as his eyes then continue farther. And all of the people who had gathered to watch, indeed all of the people seemingly in the city itself, vanish into dust. The undead army follows, leaving Turian alone at the top of the steps, the chisel in hand.
you think we should go talk to him?
Can we?
I mean,
I
it'd
don't
be
know.
interesting if he can't see us.
I'll just go walk up.
Just kind of, he seems to look up at you. Stranger.
Hello.
Oh boy, he can't see us.
How do you yet live?
Couldn't tell you. Crazy story.
Just kind of. Have you ever loved?
Yeah.
What would you do if they were taken from you?
I guess whatever it takes to get them back.
And if there was no way to get them back, what then?
There's always a way.
Perhaps you're right. I must find her. He just turns and heads into the cathedral.
He seems like a stable fellow.
Oh yes, the most mentally stable person that we've met.
Yeah.
Doing mentally stable things like nailing people to walls.
And slitting his own throat and then having everyone disintegrate into dust.
That was the priest who slit his
That's
own
the
throat.
priest.
The guy who was
oh.
being nailed to the wall slit his throat. Frankly,
see.
not a bad call given the remainder of his outlook.
Well,
As he walks into the cathedral, you feel yourself shifting yet again.
oh, there we go.
Not much changes. The blood dries, the dust blown away, and the roof seems to have been blown off. As you can see, the doors are wide open, and you see some sort of battle taking place inside the central room of this cathedral. A few figures fighting against some enormous serpentine being in a few metal constructs. And from up above, you hear an unearthly roar, deep, guttural, vibrating your skeleton, as you see, for the first time, what you instinctively know to be Urlash. In the flesh, in all his glory, and it is something to behold. This enormous astral dreadnought, 3 times the size of the building, 4 or 5 times the size of the largest building you've ever seen, opens up this massive, gaping jaw with jagged teeth and a piercing, prevalent blackness inside. These 2 lobster-like claws setting down on either side of the cathedral, one landing not too far from you. You see one of these figures inside the building, and you see him turn, and you recognize Baranon. Younger.
Oh, Barry.
Looking up, doing some sort of magic. He vanishes briefly before returning. The other figures with him vanish, leaving the maw, which devours all, including you, as you feel yourselves pulled forcibly into it. Blackness, cold, and eventually light. A place similar to the one that you've seen before. Marble crisscrossing paths, and you at some sort of crossroads at the center.
Oh, there we go. That all sucked, but here we are, huh?
You see a figure standing here.
Oh.
An immaculately beautiful elven woman. Taller than all of you but Cinder. About his height. Long, shimmering silver hair to her mid-back, wearing just a simple white gown. You can see her eyes and fingertips glow very faintly. She just kind of looks at you all.
Hello.
Hi.
Celeste, Florence. It's good that we can have this time to talk for once.
Is there any symbology on this strange woman?
No, but you have an innate feeling of who she is.
Not like the
Who's this
first time?
You've seen someone pretend to be her before, but this time, you wonder how you were ever fooled. You
Oh?
seem to be standing before Selyun. She says, I don't have a lot of time,
Okay, yep.
but we should just probably talk.
Of course, but I guess go ahead and say Yep, okay.
You've all been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I commend your efforts.
Thank you.
The whole story is complex, But you've now seen some of it. More of it than any alive, other than a few.
Well, we know the events, or at least some of the events of the past, but with everything going on, how do we... It feels like there's several puzzle pieces that are just missing for us to actually do anything constructive.
It's always the way. You must follow the roads that you have before you. There's nothing for you to do but walk the path that you have in mind. There are forces at work beyond even my understanding and those of my brethren. And they would like to pretend that they know more than they do, but deep down we're all frightened, uncertain of the future. There is a way for our freedom to be complete.
Yes. That's what we're looking for, right?
It lies with those who are closest to us. The High Priestess, Nalor, Blackmire, but there are other things at work. The High Priestess is far gone.
You're crazy.
A polite way of saying it, perhaps. Lawrence, you were chosen for a reason. Your path was laid out before your birth. You are the one to unite them all. You all have a part to play. And I do not just mean my church. I do not just mean the old church. I mean all. The only way for this anything to survive is for the old and new to join. And it is for you to join them.
But we must still find the puzzle pieces in the as far as how we need to go about that without everyone, dying.
Some will have to die.
Will that some have to be the people of the other plane?
I do not know.
No, you probably couldn't see much because I lost my connection to you pretty quickly on that side.
I have come to understand that our presence on this plane is a blessing, not an expectation. We arrived here a long time ago, from somewhere far away. It seemed to us a land of possibility, a place we could touch with our power to imbue prosperity and strife in equal measure, a place to experience life. The things have become somewhat complicated since then, as you might imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
The key to saving those here, and I devoutly hope those over there as well, lies in unity of the churches. All must fall under one banner. They don't have to agree on everything or believe the same things or even want the same things. They just need to understand what's at stake.
It's just because it's sorry.
Only someone who has been on both sides, who understands both sides, can be that linchpin.
I understand the need for unity. But will Will this be a means to, collect power to try to free you guys, or is this a means for us to figure out more things that we need to know?
I do not know if the salvation of this world means our freedom or our demise. But either way, we will be liberated.
What are we saving this world from?
The end.
A primordial reset?
The Dreadmaw comes. Everything has its time, but it needn't be yours. Not yet.
Do you
There's
know
still
how much
so much
time?
to do.
There's so much to do, but we still have no idea of how quickly we must get everything done and figured out. It seems like everything's racing to an end and also horribly still at the same time.
Such is the way. I wish I knew. For every day there is a night.
And I'm guessing the other gods are with you on this.
Some more than others. But who cares what they think?
Fair enough.
Some more than others, just like the creation of the current situation.
Indeed. We never see eye to eye on all things. But some of us know what has to be done. Painful as it may be. And if the survival of this world means our demise, so be it. We made this sacrifice long ago. Such is our lot.
Oh, that's a lot to take in, but you've already had a long time to ponder this, so... I have so many more questions, but I'm pretty sure that's up for us to figure out and for you.
Follow the road you're on. You still must be bringers of justice. There are horrors that you must contend with, for only you can. But ultimately, your answers lie with God's hold at the end of things. For now, stay the course. I will try to be there as best I can. The more success you have in calling upon my will to assist, the closer we will be able to bring our bond. I felt something when I sent that... whatever that thing was.
I was hoping you would have a name for it. But Angel
Seemed-
Elephant it'll be.
Seemed helpful at the time.
It certainly was, so I thank you for that.
Yours was the first successful intervention in 1,000 years.
In 1,000 years?
That's what made me think that perhaps there is still a way for us to live.
If there is a way for you guys to live, I will try to seek it out. It's only... I know some must die, but you all have done a large lot in keeping us afloat as it is, quite literally.
You all have done well. It pains me to ask even more of you, but you're what we've got. She just kind of goes over and just kind of gives Celeste a light embrace, just kind of leans down and gently kisses her on the forehead and just kind of looks up. It's time. We will speak again.
Of course. Thank you for everything.
Be the light in the darkness. That's all I've ever wanted. She just kind of dissipates, leaving the four of you on a crossroads, as before.
Well,
Don't know about you. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
Yep.
no
yep,
pressure
fine.
there, Celeste.
Hang on, let me just go over. I'm gonna like walk to like we're in some weird little space right now, but like just walk a couple feet away and just like "Ah!" just scream.
I'm sure she's fine.
Also,
Sure.
you guys can notice that just as before, there seems to be little features on each of these crossroad islands that seem to have some sort of indication about what direction is what.
Oh, good.
So you could probably intuit the path to where you're trying to go.
East, east, east. A lot of south. I think one more
So-
east. Go to Almar.
You guys go wherever you want.
Right,
Yeah.
guys?
I'm assuming we want to find Millicent before we go adventuring.
Yeah.
So then, yes. Almon.
And
Alright.
then we go back to Orlash, I guess.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
We'll get there. To Almana.
You guys head off, and we'll jump back to Lindsay. You figured it out.
Not there.
You're just in there beating on this training dummy when you hear just like a... You see Benzakir is just kind of standing there. I thought I might find you here.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Confused. Upset. I'm just very conflicted right now.
That is fine. I don't need an answer today. But I will tell you something. For one thing, from what I can tell, your friends will be arriving soon, near the conflux point. I don't have much interest in contending with them right now. If you would be so kind as to join back with them and encourage them to travel elsewhere for the time being, that would be appreciated.
Is that all you need from me?
One other thing. He pulls out a canvas wrapped parcel that's kind of sealed with a stamp. I want you to deliver this to somebody. Andreas Blackmeyer. I know you will be seeing him.
I mean, at some point.
point.
But I don't think anytime soon.
I would ask it. There is not a time limit on it, but I would ask that you not show it to anyone, and certainly do not open it yourself.
I mean,
And one last request. He pulls out a sending stone, places it in your palm. Just think about all of the things that I have dumped on your doorstep today. Consider, for a change, what you want. Safety for your friends, for your parents, for you. Longevity, peace, Freedom. I'm not a dumb man. I have lived a long time. I know people will not necessarily be receptive to somebody who they see as a tyrant. But make no mistake, Orlesh is returning. It is not a matter of stopping it. It is a matter of confronting it. And mitigating the damage. So I ask again. For the first time in your life, think about what is best for you. What you want. You will not get that in your group. There need no longer be Blackmire Industries or the High Church. We can build the world that we need for the people who need it. We can be safe. We can flourish. I have seen it happen. I have exercised it on a small scale. I can do it again. I need strong-willed people like you at my side to keep me in check, to call me on my shit. I am very old. I am prone to certain biases and bouts of irrationality. You are the sort of person I want at my side. Somebody young, somebody experienced, somebody fresh-faced, with bright eyes and hope for the future. Just consider it. You may tell your friends whatever you wish. I would caution against certain aspects of what we discussed today. I feel as though they will not necessarily treat you with respect when they hear it. They think you are a tool to be wielded by them when a powerful foe faces them. To them you are a weapon, just as quickly picked up as discarded. Pay attention to how they treat you. And ask if there is not a better way. In the meantime, the palace is open to you. Whenever you wish to return. The people of the city know that you are somebody important to me. If you ever wish to come back, all you have to do is call. I can arrange for somebody to pick you up. Any place, any time. Just use that stone. If you need anything from me, if you want anything, he holds up another stone. This is not my secretary or my viziers. This is a direct line to me. You need anything. You just want to talk. You want to ask the solution to a math problem. Whatever it is, I will be there. In the meantime, I believe your friends will want to be seeing you. They will be appearing near that conflux point at any point. You might wish to meet them there.
Okay.
And he just kind of walks off.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like stare at all the things he gave me. I'm obviously not gonna open the parcel, but can I like just outside, like, does it feel magical in nature? Does it feel like
Yeah, make an
I don't know.
investigation or perception check.
I would prefer perception.
It definitely seems magical. It feels lighter than you think it should. It's sealed with some kind of magic as well, so you feel like if you were to open it, he would probably be aware. You're not really sure what it could possibly be, but it just seems to be kind of like a very thinly wrapped canvas parcel about this big.
Yeah.
The size of like a large book, maybe.
I would like to. Do I have access to my craft? Has it been? I don't know. Has it been a week since the last time?
I think so.
Okay. Because then I'll drop off the parcel and. Actually, I don't know if I want. I guess. Where am I going to put it then?
You have your bag of holding.
Isn't my bag of holding also? I guess so. Yeah, I'll put it there because no one can access it still. So, I'll put it in the bag of holding for
In
now.
the explorer's pack.
Yeah, and I'll put it in the explorer's pack because no one else should have access to it. I'll put I'm gonna put like everything he gave me in there.
Okay.
For now. I guess I'll just kind of wander around, and I'll just kind of slowly make my way back to the conflux point.
Okay. Go back down to that kind of pass back through the lab. Go back down to that research station that they have set up. The door closes behind you. A few of the researchers just kind of nod as you walk by. You do see, as you head through that door, the Azamar Vizier is there. We're not going to be as friendly to your friends as we were to you, just so you know. Probably best if you skedaddle on out as soon as they're here.
Yeah.
If
That's
it does
my
come to
boy.
blows, though, we won't hurt you.
I would appreciate it, and I'll try to get them out as long. Just try not to hurt them. I'll
Much
try to get
appreciated.
them out.
Good luck.
Start heading back, thinking
Go
about
back
what I'm
down.
gonna say.
To that observation room of the conflux point. And
Is anyone
as you set
Oh,
foot,
okay.
there's nobody in there, but as you step down, you see a flash, and the four of them with Sledge appear before you.
Sure.
There he is.
There you go.
You guys go to the intersection for the conflux point. You climb up the ladder as before. And you find yourselves immediately with a flash standing on cold stone. Sledge is here once more, looking a little bewildered. And
Hello.
Zarks as well. You turn and you can see you're standing on like a precipice of a large circular hole looking out over the open ocean. Suspended above the hole, a conflux point with grid lines running through it either way, and a number of apparatus attached to it, leading up into the stone above. And standing in front of you is Millicent.
Oh,
And we will go ahead and take a break there.
Of course.
Because my brain hurts.
Yeah.
So we'll be back soon enough.
I'm sure you're very eager to.
Welcome back. You guys see each other.
Millicent!
Guys, you're here.
Yeah,
Oh.
wow, I didn't think we'd find you that quickly.
Yeah, where is... here it's supposed to be... Pentaki's Palace? Almana?
Yeah.
What have you been doing this whole time?
Trying to get away. I think we need to get out here now.
Well,
Has someone
yeah.
seen you?
How long has it been?
Yeah, like how?
Alright, yeah, it's been pretty instant once we got inside the orb.
Here,
Yeah.
let me
I don't know. Yeah, like how long ago would I? I probably don't know. It's been a couple hours.
And you've just been down here alone?
I mean, I tried sneaking around.
Yeah? How'd that go?
Not so great.
Huh.
Someone did find me, but
And they just put you back in here?
no, they took me to jail, and
Oh.
then I had to go.
Oh, checks
Brought me
out.
to, they brought me to Emperor Benzakir, and that was a scary time.
Oh.
I didn't really get to say much. Let's be honest. But he told me that if I just go, he has eyes on everything. That's all. It's terrifying. He kind of knows a lot, and he says if we just leave now, he won't harm us. And I think we should listen to what he says.
Can I look
I'm
around?
I'm gonna insight her.
I'm an insider.
Okay.
I mean, like, that
Perception,
wave is-
insight, and then
Yeah.
whatever charisma check is appropriate in the tower.
All the
Or-
same.
Oh.
In the tower,
tower.
for those of you doing insight or charisma.
Okay.
Celeste, you see basically what was described last week, the conflux point, that little peninsula kind of jutting out towards it with what some kind of research station hooked up to it, some little apparatus that is attached to the point itself. Cinder and Rook, she seems pretty shook up. You can't really imagine why she would hide anything from you. Seems she's not telling you everything, but you don't know if that's just shock or discomfort at being here.
Well, we should obviously go. Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't need to stay here.
but
What ways we got to do that?
That's what I was hoping you guys have. You guys have the magic. Does
There's a
anyone-
hole.
I can't help but
Well, then
feel-
you just say that if we just leave, then he won't hurt us. So why don't we just like walk out through the city?
I feel like that's the long. I feel like if we have a faster way out, we should just get out that way.
Well, that'll use less resources.
I guess you're not wrong.
Why did he send you down here alone to wait for us and not be with you? If you talked to him.
He knew you guys would come over here, so he told me just to go back to you guys.
And if he knew we were coming, he's just okay with it? There's nothing waiting for us, just you, and we waltz out of here?
He
This seems...
He did threaten that if we stick around, he will resort to that, but he's giving us a chance to leave. And I didn't want to really press further. That guy has magic.
So
He's got
probably
magic.
shouldn't
I don't
go.
want to mess with that. I don't think I can defeat magic.
I was like, Matthew, you said it was like all the things I saw from the conflux point. There's no like orbs flying around or anything that I saw?
Oh, you don't see any scrying orbs now.
Something
don't.
about this situation just doesn't feel right.
Oh, absolutely not.
I don't
Right, what part?
really feel in any shape to piss him off today, but
Yeah.
if he knows as much as Millicent is saying he knows, wouldn't it be in his best interest to have waited down here and kill us?
Oh, I'm sure, but also
Did
as
he
we've
seem to dislike us as a whole? I don't know. What do you think here? Like, what did, why did,
But
why
he
did they
knows
take?
what we've been doing. He just kind
Oh,
of wants to keep out of business here.
huh. So he's trying to be like he's trying to stay neutral.
That's what it sounds like. Or
Isn't he like selling rocks to?
Zeltenbrock?
Zeldenbrock, yeah.
yeah,
Wait, aren't they
Yeah.
like brothers or something?
Well, the
With
Sabbath.
Sabbath.
Yeah,
Yeah.
him. Yeah, not Andreas, but
I didn't
yeah.
get to ask that
Yeah.
far. Didn't really get to talk, but I also don't really want to.
If we are the enemy of his friend, it makes no sense for him to just do this.
unless he threatened you with something because he knows that we can do something about this situation.
Did he say anything more detailed, or did he just threaten to kill us? Or
He said he'll do something bad if we don't leave. He said he'll let me go if we can just leave and not bother him with whatever he's doing here. I don't really know. I know there's a lab, but
what did he want in exchange for letting you go?
for us to not bother him. And dig
That's
up
all?
into. Yeah.
Do I believe that?
Insight.
I also would insight that. That's
I don't know which way. We're not gonna stick around today, right? You guys are all fucked up. You guys are not me. I'm completely healthy.
Did you guys fight? Do they look like? Do they look bad? Do you guys look battered? Did you guys get into
From the
action?
worms, still. From the
Yeah, we
worms.
came straight
Oh,
over.
from the war.
We didn't rest.
You guys both got fucking Cinder got a 35. Uh,
I was like, he has pretty good insight. I like.
it seems like it's hard to tell. You don't really have a lot of experience. You've come to realize that you've always put most of your effort into figuring out Rook's tells and figuring out what he's telling you and whether or not that's true. You're realizing now that like you don't really know what it looks like when Millicent is lying. You're having a hard time figuring out why she would be keeping something from you. And yet,
It feels like she is.
it feels like she is. And you don't know if that's just fear of retaliation. You assume it's that, but there is parts of this picture that you are not getting.
The reason I ask is because this is a complicated man, and to simply get out and leave me alone seems a little underwhelming for someone of his power.
And
If you had to make some sort of deal to secure your protection or ours, there's a really good possibility that in the long run that turns out worse than us just dealing with it right now, whether that be talking to him or whatever. If he has some sort of power or hold over you as we leave this place, that's going to be a problem.
as I know, there's no scrying eyes in here from what I can see.
Oh,
I'm
good.
just assuming that he knows either way.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's some magic that like he can detect our presence. I'm guessing, but like there's no actual eyes right now.
Do we actually
never-
have like a way out of here other than just jumping down the hole?
No.
Not really.
Better fall then? What's the plan?
Not unless
I
we can
don't
figure out
know.
how to get back into the complex point. That's not through your Lish.
Are you two debating on staying here and fucking with him, or are we gonna get the fuck out of here?
I have no
I
idea
mean-
what's going on right now.
I don't know either.
I'm just concerned that if we walk away, this is somehow going to benefit him. And if we're making deals with an evil man,
I need
can't believe I'm saying this, I would rather Rook be the one making the deal and convincing him of things than Millicent alone and unafraid, because that's not fair to her.
I mean, I could go talk to him, I guess, but I don't know what about. That's just a guy that's just another guy over there on my list. So there's not a lot of talking involved there usually.
Hey, Matthew. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
If when like Celeste was, still High Priestess, was Benzakir a negotiator to like his way or the highway, or was he like amendable?
He was always an enigma for the most part. He had a lot to offer. He was a very powerful man, which everybody knew. And it seemed generally you dealt with his subordinates. There were a couple of times where you met the man in person and he seemed pretty intractable, but he puts, at least the times that you met him, he put on airs of being reasonable.
How's about this? I'm at least gonna go up somewhere and talk to him about letting us just walk out of the city. How about that?
Instead of jumping into the depths.
Instead of jumping into a hole.
I mean, I think you'd be okay. I think if we just listen to what they say, it would just.
Also, as a note, it's also weird. I'm kind of on Cinder's same page, but as it stands, we're going to have to deal with this man at one point or another. Like, whatever he's doing here, it's
Well,
not been good.
Today's not
Well, yeah,
really
of
the
course.
greatest day.
Not today. But
Maybe eventually, but I don't think today is that day.
I think we agree. I just don't want to give him something to use over us or over you later.
I don't like being back in my hometown, to be honest.
Wait, don't we have scrolls to like...
Jump.
Oh, sorry.
I just don't.
We're not gonna use it on this though. If we could just literally walk.
If we could, but what if we open the door and there's a bunch of nasty people there trying to kill us?
Then we jump out down a hole.
Well, then I'll talk our way out of it, and we'll just say, "Hey, sorry."
That hasn't worked in the past.
It has.
When?
I don't know any specific times.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
specific times that it hasn't. When has it not worked out, huh?
Every time that I can think of.
No, name a specific one.
Grasswind.
Well, that's just because those people want to kill us anyways.
And they don't?
Not that it sounds like right now, no.
Millicent, you don't have to say yes or no. You could just nod your head. Do you think he saw something that he would not want the rest of us to see?
It's like cautiously, like.
Hmm. And I'm going to guess the way to get out of here, that's just through the city, will probably be through the areas that he doesn't want us to see. Yeah, fuck.
Is it like right up these stairs here? Oh well, fuck! I'm gonna go right up there. I don't care what happens here.
I'm sure they have someone watching.
I'm sure.
I'm
I
pretty
can
sure
turn
they're gonna
invisible.
try to attack.
Ah, okay, fine. Well, I'm so fast. We could all just jump down the hole when I get back.
I think that's what he wants regardless.
Well, sure,
They
but
let
then
me
this
go
way
back.
I see.
They let me go back,
like
but I
that.
definitely had they used magic beans, so I couldn't see anything.
Hmm.
That's the kind of magic they have.
They used magic beans?
Yeah, is that?
No, they used magic on me, so I couldn't
Oh.
see
Oh.
anything. Once they
Like,
found
those
me, caught
motherfuckers
me.
got beans out. So you didn't see anything?
No, I peeked in and looked like a lab, and then that's when they caught me. And then I
Lab
couldn't.
Where all his clothes are.
Maybe,
Hey guys.
but I
What?
I couldn't see anything in that lab.
we're here. We're directly under this complex point. Like, maybe we try to.
Oh my god, what are we doing?
Could I?
Who has that earthquake spell scroll?
Oh.
Now's the time to use it, baby.
There's a lot of
Oh, wait, what
civilians
about
up
Drexler?
here.
I'll figure it out. We got 3 7th level spell scrolls.
There's also a lot of people that live here that probably
I
would
was like,
still be killed.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's
Isn't this like his
city.
palace or something?
Yeah, and I'm sure
How
it'd
big is this earthquake? I'm pretty sure this earthquake's pretty big.
500 feet.
Also, we're in here.
Yes, and we're underneath the palace.
We'll jump down the hole.
Oh, okay. So, wait,
just-
that's the plan now? We're gonna cast Earthquake
don't-
and then jump down the hole?
That's my plan.
I like it.
All right.
For once, Rook, you and I were on the same page.
Yeah.
Never thought it would
Before you-
happen.
Who's on board?
Real quick,
Go on.
Last time we were
What?
down here in a place like this, I freed a Leviathan. Anything could happen.
That was one of the things that happened.
also just because of the conversation we had in the conflicts, can I try like using like just a little bit divine magic and just like trying to like reach at the conflicts point to see if it does anything? Because we tried to study it and it was divine.
Hmm. Make a wisdom check.
Please, please let this do something interesting.
You feel... You kind of try to extend your mental presence towards the conflux point. You feel some resistance, but you feel a presence in there. You feel 2 presences there. As you imagine both whichever deities are comprising this point. You can't make much of a connection, but you definitely feel something there. The power is being siphoned from this point in a way that hasn't been in other points. But your attempts at reaching out to this thing give you some ideas about potentially trying that elsewhere as well. You may be able to approximate something like how you arrived here at some point in the future. But this, for right now, you just kind of feel some presences and you're just sort of struck by that realization. Like, oh, there's something there. I could potentially do something with that. With more time to study.
Yeah.
And probably on a point that isn't being
Siphoned.
sucked on.
Yeah.
Couple points to the current plan. Featherfall lasts a minute.
Well, yeah, you don't use it instantly.
Okay. Earthquake is a 100-foot circle
Oh.
that
Huh?
I run out of at 500. Like, you get 500 feet of range once you're more than 500 feet away. And it lasts a minute.
So you do
I
it for
like that.
55 seconds, and then...
I've cast Featherfall a few times.
Hey, so our friend with the ring, it doesn't exactly pull people over, does it? Like, just to make sure. I'm sort of thinking of weird
Mhm.
ideas. Okay, well. Be real convenient to just phone a friend and be like, can you get us out of here?
I mean, you
Oh,
still
yeah, why
could,
not?
right?
Yeah, phone him.
Oh,
We
have
have
the thing.
his goo.
We have the goo for him.
we do. Oh my god.
Yeah, I carved out that worm. Let's
Okay.
do it.
Good call out.
Let's do it. That sounds much better than jumping through a hole. Jumping in a
Wait,
smaller hole.
Does he
but
have
too
to
long.
have? Does he have to have seen the place though?
Ah! Can he do it on the person?
Can I draw him a picture with my pen?
This cannot target an individual creature, but can be used to target a precise location on the same plane of existence as you.
How precise?
How precise indeed. The name or description of a precise location.
Okay, okay.
Hmm.
On the ledge in front of the conflux point. Under Benzakir's
And
Wow.
draw a quick description. Or
That's the description.
like, I just pull up my pen and just describe the situation. Be like,
Just
we
draw him a picture.
we have we have the worm bits. We are stuck in this location, and I'll describe it out, and I'll just try to draw a picture along with it. Can you please, maybe get us out with that ring, mayhaps?
Please send help.
Do you send him that?
Sure, why not, dude?
You get a response appearing in front of you. Wow, that's very strange. Sure, I'll try. Make a intelligence check for how well you can describe the location.
Quick, someone guide her.
Good. Yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say.
Guide her.
Can you give her an
I'll play
inspiration
some music. I'll play some music.
so that we're not floating all the way down to
All right.
To the ocean.
where would we even
Please.
be?
Okay. Guidance.
Yeah.
And then you
That big D6.
six.
Yeah.
Hey!
Me using all.
You guys wait a moment.
Quick, someone pull out the earthquake spell scroll.
No, we do not do that.
Why not?
He's Rook is like over here shaking, like, please,
don't
please.
fuck with it. We'll be fine.
You
I
guys
feel like that's not gonna help us.
see in between you all this circle appears.
Oh.
Surrounded by mossy stone. And through it you just see sky.
It's
You
time
see-
to leave.
You see a chubby green dragonborn just poking through.
Hello.
Well,
Wow,
I'll be.
Oh, word.
Oh, thank God that worked.
Would you look at that?
Let's have
Alright.
this conversation on your side.
Okay.
Yes. Jump on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I did think about it as we were asking him to bail us out. So obviously we're going with this path. But if we had jumped down the hole, we were basically right over Spindrift.
Correct.
That is true.
This
and
session
falling out of the sky, throwing fire, would
could
been
have gone
kind of
a
fun.
lot of different ways.
Wow. Yeah.
You guys hop
Yes,
through
yeah,
and
yeah.
appear in Tarmaran. And after a minute, the ring just... And he just picks it up.
Hmm.
Well,
Well.
I certainly wasn't expecting to get that kind of a call today.
Well, I wasn't expecting to give that kind of call today, so
Then we're both
Here we are.
surprised. How did you make that
yes.
writing appear in front of me?
I'll just pull the pen from my ears, just like
Oh, wow.
artifact. Yep, another relic.
Wow.
Here's your worm guts.
Alright. I take it you want the healer's kit or the ring?
The ring.
The
Alright.
ring.
Now, I should note this works once every 15 days,
That's fair. That's fair.
and it has just been used.
Yes.
Yeah. It's still a good asset to have, and also just saved our asses from.
Just kind of
Whatever
grabs
that
the
situation was.
chunk of primordium. This is nice. This is real nice. That's worth that for sure.
Do you know what you're going to do with that, or is that going to be a whole Scylla situation, or you're
you-
not privy to
do you,
say?
Do you want to know?
Honestly, we're this far. I'm kind of curious.
There are some folks who sell very interesting things, like some of the things that I showed you before, who collect on this kind of stuff. And also, it's just a universal spell component. That's pretty nice.
What
That is pretty
kind of
nice.
Folks sell things that are that scary. How do you meet these people?
Work your way up the ladder.
From what? Petty theft? Like, what ladder are you
Please.
climbing?
Please, this is all above board. I'm a businessman. I have associates.
Sure.
Folks who
Well-
move far away places.
We are aware of very different ladders.
Yeah. That's why this arrangement works so well.
I guess so.
Well,
I'm not on the ladder that makes me want to kill worms.
Hmm.
True.
Also, there's two of you now. That's interesting.
yeah,
yeah. That's Sledge.
I did not agree to that name. It's
yet-
Simulacrum.
Nice.
Well, thank you. We kind of need to get our heads screwed on back straight of all after all that.
Makes sense. I don't want to know why you were there.
All right,
Uh,
where are we right now?
Worms.
Tarmor
Worms.
Okay.
Yeah, both of the big nasty worms teleport.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you killed one of the big ones.
No.
Alright, whatever.
The biggin was getting we were actually
we were
on
winning.
track. Yeah, we were on track, and then it swallowed Millicent and teleported away.
Oh, yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
If you say so, man.
Well, my
You-
previous offer still stands about the whole demiplane situation.
Noted.
I just got to know what's inside there.
Me too. But they don't like that idea. All right.
If he wants to get in there and get back, yeah, we kind of do.
I think it's high time for us to go take a sit for a second.
Oh yeah, we should. Yeah.
Probably. And think about what the fuck we're doing.
The ring. Is that? Is it attunement?
No.
Good.
Wow.
Hooray.
Well, it's
Thank God.
once every 15 days. I hope not. Give me that.
Gives it, he already gave it to you.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'll make an item card for it now.
All right. Oh, I get it. Well, who wants to hold on to this? I guess.
Millicent.
Here you go, Millicent.
Who's the most likely to get removed?
No,
Millicent.
that's, you know,
Well, I
after
mean,
this
this-
adventure, yeah.
One
I
of the
mean-
two of you.
Well,
Also,
you
it
two
might
can
not be
teleport.
removed. Like, it could be like what just happened right now, where we just pull to the other person's location.
True.
Yes, but Celeste, you can teleport, and also write letters. Well, you can kind of teleport. You can do the thing back to Saint Aelith, right?
oh, World of yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Cinder obviously can teleport.
I can tree like once a week, and we usually
Yeah.
burn that spell slot immediately upon the start of a new week.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we don't know that, so I say that Millicent gets it.
Okay.
Sure. I'll take it until it feels like it needs to be passed around, I guess. I don't want to experience that again.
Well, shall we put down the tower and go take a little rest here? Millicent, looks
Yeah.
like you could use it.
I have been eaten by a worm and I was back in my hometown I didn't want to go back to. So yeah, I would like to go to bed.
Great. That's why we have our new rooms. I think. Are they finished? Or they...
More or less.
Yeah, you guys can head to the outskirts of the bazaar and set up the tower once more. And have Celeste and Rook make perception checks for me.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I don't like that.
Oh.
Oh no. Okay, I was like,
Okay.
someone. Okay, that's a decent number.
Rook, you're setting down for the evening. You examine your Andreas dartboard. You see that, like, on one of the sides of it, there's, like, a little button.
What's this?
You press it, and you just hear this. And you see that giant wardrobe that you have full of edgy cloaks just kind of swings open and has, like, a false back. It seems to lead into another room. Celeste, a part of your wall just opens up behind one of your tapestries. And you can see one of the constellations on your mural on the wall, the Corvus constellation, just kind of glows, and you can see there's a little button there as well. You see Rook just standing there like,
What the?
Ah, subtle.
Hi. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Alright.
I appreciate the gesture, but guys,
Yeah, there's two of her in there right now.
Let's go, Sledge. Right, I'm gonna go back to my room. Yeah.
Closed.
It's awkward to close his door. Amazing.
That's the Lucille Blue. It's like,
how nice that was a good thing instead of like, oh boy, what kind of trap is waiting for us?
Yeah.
yeah, you guys can settle down for an evening's rest. If there's anything anybody wants to do during this time.
I would be frantically writing everything down that we saw today and conversations had.
I'll go over to Millicent's room. Millicent, are you awake? Hello?
I was
Are
like,
you awake?
open my door slightly. Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going in here? You want
Fine.
me to tell you what happened on our side?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm in.
Oh,
Oh, you know, trick or treat candy?
oh yeah. Oh, go roll on the table.
I think you guys have that now, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
I definitely. Oh, this one. Yeah, I'll drop it. Yeah, I got it. I'll drop it in chat.
Thank you.
Alright. D20. Alright, let's see it, Millicent. 4. Oh.
17.
Oh, wow.
The thing isn't pulling up on mine, so
Okay. Well, mine is, other creatures' eyes appear to be hollowed out and blackened. That's not terrifying at all. Alright, yours is... What? This is so rough. Your voice becomes smooth and golden, allowing you to add your proficiency bonus to charisma performance checks to sing. If you're already proficient with the skill, you add double your proficiency bonus instead.
wow.
This is
Only
a
for a
really
minute,
good
see-
singer for a minute.
Dude, you're first good sing for a minute.
Like Gordon Lightfoot.
Alright, you gotta sing a song, you gotta work. Whatever song you gotta work on, you gotta do it right now. You have a minute.
Oh, shit. Well, I was gonna tell that story, but okay. Let's
Yeah,
see.
what you
Yeah,
got? What you got
minute.
for us?
I had the Danny Phantom one.
What? Well, I have to hear that.
Hold on.
They're gonna put you on the spot, but I also feel like this was meant to be with what you wrote. So,
The
Yeah, alright.
shock in Matthews.
Yeah.
The what?
When I was just 14, my father and I were at this big machine and interacted with a world unseen. There was a great big flash, everything just changed, my molecules got all rearranged. I'm still working on the next part, so.
I like. He's like, my voice is mellifluous and honeyed. Time to rap.
Time to
rap.
Time for
Oh, yeah.
Danny
that's
Phantom.
the
That's-
smoothest rap I
Yeah.
ever heard. Wow. You
That's the
blew my
one I was
mind.
working on, yeah.
Also, can we just talk about the absolute absurdity of the premise of that? How his parents built the machine and didn't know about the on button. They
Yeah.
built it
It's a
Oh,
goofy
yeah,
twist
and
kind of
were
conundrum.
unaware of the on switch. They built it.
Listen, design schematics are only a suggestion.
I just. Anyway, he's a phantom.
Yeah.
Mm.
I did some Weird Al ones too, but like,
Oh
those
my-
can wait, I guess.
Yeah, those will have to wait, I guess. But I
Yeah.
will be
I
hearing
mean,
them.
it's done.
Yeah. I was working on Yoda.
Well, I mean that's Lola then. If
Yeah,
it's a
Lola.
parody of a Weird Al song, I feel like
I
it's
know,
a
I know.
it's a parody of the original song too.
But really, I just know it.
I
as
know.
Yoda.
You and most people our age.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyways, Yeah, so we went to Urlash since that was like the only way we knew how to get to you, you know.
Hmm.
And when
Wait,
we
did you
touched
have to
the
go
orb,
through?
oh yeah, we had to go through a whole nother trial thing, which
Oh.
wasn't really like a trial because he
Oh.
just like showed us some things for Panacea. Oh, we went to Panacea, but like in the
What?
past when it was underwater. Oh, it was underwater before.
It was
Uh,
underwater?
yeah, yeah. But really, we just saw a bunch of people killing a lot of other people.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
pretty terrible. Oh, but to everyone else, we looked like. Well, I was Benzakir.
What? Whoa. What?
Celeste was Mira, and Cinder was Samus.
Wait, so mirror? Oh. What?
Don't read into any of that, because I'm sure it was just putting us as people. Uh,
Okay.
I don't. The second part, there was some guy that had he turned into a lich, and he was crucifying some priests and stuff, and then he talked to me. It's a real great time. There's a lot of important stuff that I'm forgetting, but I'm just giving you the.
Yeah, no, I feel like I got the gist of it from that.
Mm.
I-
Oh, but the lich guy, before he was a lich, he gave Sabas like a big ritual book
Oh.
with all those nasty spells, like the one that fucked up Celeste.
Oh.
I assume that was in there. We didn't get to read it.
Oh. I guess that does answer some questions, but leads to more.
And there was our Urlash when he was alive, and he was scary.
I mean, yeah, that skeleton does not do him it definitely
Yeah.
looks horrifying.
And then we saw you,
Wait, what?
and that was the end. So we saw you after.
Oh, you saw me. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I wasn't alive back then, but now that makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah. So your infiltration didn't go so well, huh?
You know, I think I lasted longer than I thought I would have. You would have been proud until I got caught. Then it became the regular Millicent kind
It
of
always
mission.
seems to happen. Not just to
Yeah.
you. But,
I did find out something weird.
oh.
Apparently, that wasn't my first time traveling in the worm and appearing there.
And the worm?
Yeah.
Like you've been eaten by that same disgusting.
I don't know if it's the exact same worm.
Oh.
Maybe. Could have been the other worm, but
Yeah, maybe
apparently
it's a tentacle worm.
that worm shows up there, or like the worms show up there once in a while. And last time they saw someone appear out of worm was 17 years ago. And apparently, I was one of those people with my mom. She didn't tell me about that.
Well, like as a baby?
Yeah, or as when I was really young. I knew I knew there was fuzziness between Tycon and Almarna. I never really knew how we got there. I knew that's all my memories were from Almarna, but I must have been really young. But apparently, I appeared not too far from that spot I appeared out of in a worm.
You and your mom, though? Like
Yeah,
together?
yeah,
Not just
together. No, yeah, it was us together. So I guess that makes sense how we got to Almarna, because I don't know how she would have gotten in, but also now I just have more questions for my mother. That's really something. He kept saying like he knew me, and I was like, what's up with that? And he just kind of dropped that, and I was like, okay. I don't know what to make of this anymore, but my mother hid another thing from me, so it's interesting.
Can you remind me? Did you guys just escape or leave or what? Because I mean they don't like people leaving, right?
Yeah. I mean, do I remember how we left?
Yeah, you guys left so that you wouldn't
we
be
wouldn't
forced
get
to leave.
to leave, right? Okay. I was like-
They're okay with people leaving, by and large. At least they were when you were
Back
young.
then, when young.
But they
okay.
were generally not so keen on people coming back.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Like, you don't like people coming back. Okay. I mean, when I started kind of glowing and having my fight, my mom took me out there because we didn't want to get more attention, get in trouble, and have to face Benzakir. So we left before they. I don't think they were. I think they were fine letting us go since we were causing some trouble. So, but definitely made it clear about going back, which is why I didn't want to go back anytime soon because they don't like people returning. So, I'm honestly surprised he let me go as long as we didn't. We just left to into his own devices, and I was like, cool, thanks for not killing me right off the bat. But then he dropped that bombshell on me, and I don't know what he was trying to do with that. It's been very it's been a long day, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I don't know why your mom would have need to have told you that before, right?
I thought we would just have no more secrets at this point.
Well, I think right now she's a little busy. They haven't had too much time to talk after the whole no more secrets thing, right?
I guess.
Maybe we find you something to send her a little message or something. I don't know.
Seems like she didn't like that last time.
Well, that's
I'll
because
just talk
it's
to her.
from me or Celeste. Was it? I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's I think we just sent her. No.
Oh yeah, that's when we sent a paper.
I think
Yeah,
we just sent her. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that one's a bit obvious.
Yeah. I'll just.
We'll figure it out, Vincent. We'll figure
I'll
it out.
just sit on it. It was just a weird.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why she would need to tell me, but it was nice to know, especially if he really knew me. He knew me as Tara and Millicent, so that kind of confused me in the beginning. And that's when I realized he kind of just has eyes and ears everywhere, and I was like, oh, so he probably knows about us.
You think maybe he's the one that has little scrying eyes everywhere all the time?
Maybe, but I also can see that with I don't know, Andreas.
Yeah, Black Knight. Yeah, I mean, he's
Like
got a
I
lot
also
of people under him,
couldn't see
yeah.
why it couldn't be them.
Yeah.
I guess it depends who they were following, because I feel like, well, if it's you, then I would think more Andreas, because I feel like he always has his eye on you. But I
If
mean,
it's on me, it's probably Black Knight. If it's on you, then maybe it's that guy.
you know, maybe,
Yeah.
but
You really didn't want me to use that. Do anything to his place, huh?
no.
We're
I
gonna
think
go
it's
through the
best.
hole. We're gonna have to deal with him later, right?
I don't think it has to be now, though.
I suppose. All right.
I feel like he's at least. I know he's not doing some good things for the war, but I also feel like he's probably doing at least the least amount of damage to the war compared to
That's
other
true.
people we should probably focus on. Just
Yeah.
trust me on this.
I do. Unfortunately, you're really learning how war works. Yes, we should go after the ones that pose a bigger threat. Right?
I'm not saying we never go back to him. I know we have
Yeah.
to do it eventually.
Yeah,
But
we'll
based
go
on what
through
I
them
saw,
later.
I don't think it needs to be now. I'm kind
Yeah.
of scared, and to be honest, if he said, I won't mess with you right now, I'll take that for a tyrant. And someone who's been around. Especially if you saw him in your vision, then it probably is true that he is that old.
Yeah, it's
somehow.
pretty old. Well, I mean, I guess you had the clone thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah, that is still very confusing to me. Either way, he's old.
he's old.
He's old.
Alright, well. Don't need too much more of that candy, that'll keep you up.
Apparently so. Alright. Good night.
Good night.
I do
And-
like Lilo and Stitch, like lying down. I need to be able. My friends need to be punished.
Anything anybody else wants to do? All right. You guys get your short rest?
Hit dice.
To hit dice or not to hit dice?
Here you go,
Hey,
everyone. A
everybody.
big 5.
Okay, you know, I'll do one for sure with that
I'm
5.
assuming we're going to not long rest here because we found out Celerio was captured.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So we're just gonna truck right back into the next thing.
of course we will.
Man.
Yeah, your song of rest was that Danny Phantom.
Oh, wow.
Wait, it was
So
just roaming
restful.
throughout the. Yeah.
Oh, restful.
So
I
I'm
feel
rolling
rested.
God awful for my
Yeah.
hit dice. Boy, they are not serving me well.
Man, these are just like good, bad, good, bad. Okay. Oof. Do I save the last 2 for potential other short rest, or do I just use them all now?
I used them all.
Man. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna face next. Alright. Just get as close as I can to full.
Let's see what's the
Which
What's the next part?
Okay.
Realize he has long brown hair and human eyes.
What's the
Wow.
difference between human eyes and elf eyes?
Well, I used to have robot eyes.
Oh,
That's true. Okay. That makes
Those
sense
are
now.
different.
those are different.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have human eyes. You had half elf eyes.
Well, it doesn't work as well in the.
Squishy eyes.
It's just got the same number of syllables.
I guess, yeah. I guess half elf eyes. Yeah, sure.
Hey, what are we doing?
We go rescue Celeria.
Yeah. So we know he's not in Drexler.
Yep.
Right?
I can't.
Yeah, that was all we could narrow down, huh? Last time.
That's how we
I-
narrowed it down.
Okay.
And also the other day, like, I can do another commune to kind of rule out where he might be.
That'd be
Yeah,
good.
I think that'd be great. We have a couple more
Okay.
cities.
So,
He
Fairburn?
was in the
wait.
Institute, but he's not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
He's not in
Not in
Drexler.
Drexler. All right. What do you think?
Well, let's ask about Fairburg.
I think
If
that'd be
he's there, that'd be awful.
So, Matthew, can you pull up the map, by the way? Sorry.
Sure.
My last pen got corrupted about it. Oh, there we go. Cool. Thank you. Fairburg.
Fairburg, Zinden, Onric.
Yeah, I think those are good ones too.
Alright, I'll go ahead and pull up my astrolab and basically start that up.
All right. One moment. You find yourself once again, as before, just kind of standing on a shimmering liquidy surface with the moon's glaring down from above, rather than being suspended in water as you were before. But you do still see the hulking form of Tor before you, just kind of there on the ground, basically, with his head not too far from you. And standing next to his head is the form that you spoke to yesterday.
Oh.
Just kind of has a hand on him, and he's like, well, that's new.
Yeah, we had a nice chat the other day, so I guess this...
Wow. You're
Yes,
getting
I know.
around.
Apparently so,
suppose
but I think
so,
that was,
yes.
yeah, more on her end and maybe the divine intervention that worked.
It's always helpful.
Okay, so we're trying to narrow down where our friend Celerio might be, so I'm just gonna rattle off some cities and see if one of them turns up a yes.
Fair enough.
Is he in Fairburg?
Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, how about Zindan?
No, he's not there. No, he's not there.
Arnik?
Not there either.
Well,
No, what does that leave?
I really squirreled them away into a tiny spot, huh?
I took him to Aster, I guess.
Yeah, I was like,
Ah, shit.
Well, I might have to rattle off more of these
or
questions.
a tiny place. Or a tiny place. You never know.
Well,
We'll have
thank
to
you.
keep an eye out.
Appreciate it. I'm fairly worried, and Florence on the other side is very worried.
Oh, I can imagine so. Well, best of luck, I guess.
Yeah, well, thank you for looking.
Just kind of go back to the tower.
So, they all turned up no.
oh, that's unfortunate. Well,
It sure
What?
is.
Right, well, when can you do that again?
Every day.
Oh, we'll narrow it down eventually.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll take us a couple of days to get there, most likely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, unless you want to go through another trial.
Why not?
I mean,
Last time
every
was
time
so bad.
Well,
I never just.
I hate to break it to you, but isn't the surfboard in the ball?
Oh.
Yes.
So
yeah,
we
they
have.
both in Aelith, or in,
So we have to wait a while before we can do that again.
Until we can surf around.
Is there
How
anything we
long
can
is
do
it?
in.
a
How long
week.
can we
Unless
A
we
week?
just want to use the spell scroll and teleport.
I thought teleporting was fucky.
Yeah. You're right.
Don't
Well,
like
yeah, I
that.
can teleport.
I just mean like that. We're here in Tarmaran
Yeah, I know.
for a week.
Teleporting it is. I pull the scroll down.
I don't know if that's a good idea, but you know, now that I
It's
say
a
that,
good idea.
How long would it take us to get from Tarmaran to the mountains?
on foot,
A long time.
A long time.
We might as well just sit here for a week.
yeah, that's like 400
That's too-
miles.
And it's summer now, so it's too hot to
It's
hopper
really
if we
hot.
were to commission someone.
Yeah.
Hey, we got 3 of these scrolls. Let's use one.
Where would we go though? The mountains?
Oh, to the 3 brothers.
Well, I think the teleporting is fucky there, but we could teleport to the Tempest Mountains and then use that again.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, or we could wait a week.
No. I don't want to wait a week.
Also worth noting, if we wait a week, I will go in there to get it out, and then I will not be able to put it back in there that week. So
We're not. Right. Let's teleport, please.
Well, I can put
Okay.
it back in mine. Like
yeah, that's
that.
true. You could put it away.
That's true.
And
That was the
don't
whole
go
problem,
in.
actually. We couldn't.
Well, I don't want to wait a week for my brothers over there.
No, yeah, no. For future.
Yeah.
For future. But.
Can we
Where
please
you
teleport?
and you want to throw us in just the middle of.
Did we want to go to Forsberg and see what was going on there? Did we want to go to Zindan? What
I
was
feel
our
like just
plan over there?
Yes, I want to go those places, but since he's not there, then
Did you ask about Forsberg?
yes, we did. I did. That was the first one. Oh wait, no, Forsberg?
not
No,
Forsberg. No.
no, wasn't
I
that the
don't
one we
imagine.
captured?
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
he's there,
Well,
but
I don't imagine he's there. Yeah.
And
That leaves Braddock, Fairmoon, Aster, and that place that's next to Zindan.
Eckstein.
next time.
Yeah.
So basically the smaller cities.
And also everywhere
Well,
that's not a city.
and everyone in the
Yeah.
front city, yes.
I mean, we guess by the three brothers first, because maybe that can at least.
Also, you asked if he was in Zeltenbrock, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask
Yeah.
which Zeltenbrock?
Oh fuck.
I'm
Well,
just
who's on
throwing
the
it
other-
out there.
I thought we
Well,
did. I think we
who's in
narrowed
the-
down.
Who's in the other Zeltenbrock that
I don't know.
It could be the other.
I'm just trying
Third.
to help us narrow down.
The other Zeltenbrock is like his home.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just
I
wouldn't
thought-
put
I
it
thought we-
past these assholes. I don't know.
But yeah.
To have him on the other side through the
If he's-
Institute.
If he's on the other side, then I don't remember what Florence's level of spell casting was up to, but she should be able to reach out to him in that case, because that Seltenbrock isn't fucky with magic, or at least not in the way that Oz is.
Well, yeah, and she could reach out to you, so it's not like that was the barrier.
The problem is probably his ability to respond.
Well, the
Yeah.
other thing is, if that's the case, and that's the problem where I don't know how much she can cast, if she can scry, then maybe she has a better chance of seeing him if he's on that side. Or maybe we still have a chance about seeing
Unless
him if he can
he's
scry.
just somewhere that he can't be reached, or, and I didn't want to be the one to say this,
Don't say it. Don't say it.
or
He's not.
I mean, tomorrow's question could address that, but then that leaves a whole other slew of both A problems and.
He seems a little too mixed up in all this to just be taken out.
And also,
randomly.
the way that everything's been dealt with thus far, from. I mean, I guess mainly with myself and like a few of the leaders, like, okay, Ben excluded. They want to kill Ben. But
Oh,
for things that have high priority or have, like, they know a lot about it and they seem valuable, they don't usually try to kill.
unless they're getting desperate.
Maybe, but
I mean, didn't you said the head honcho like reached out to you and was all threatening, right?
yeah.
Well, maybe
If
that's maybe.
if
Maybe
I
it's
touch
like
a
a show of force or something, you know? Like, look,
But wouldn't-
see, I could do it.
I think
But
he would. If he knows me at all, then I think he would know that if he did that, then I would just instantly come for a Blackmire.
Maybe he wants you to.
I don't think he does.
I don't know. I'm trying to get into the mind of the villain. I
I mean,
I
it's
don't
not
know
bad to
how crazy
speculate.
psychos think.
This is important though, because even if he's spitballing a little wide, it's a good point.
The point
It
is,
would be very dangerous for us to just teleport in there and not know where your brother is.
point
I
is,
mean,
he's
fuck,
a
he
really
could-
smart guy. He probably knew that you were going to hear about this. So the question is, what could he gain from you coming to act on the information that you have now?
Fine. Let's wait for tomorrow. Let's do another thing. Number 1, which Zettenbrock? Number 2, is he an Aster?
What spell are you using, Celeste?
Commune?
Commune.
The yes or no one?
Yeah, what level is that?
5.
I can do it right now.
And I guess
I wonder-
number 3, is he alive?
I mean, I feel like number 3, you should probably lead with that one. As much as I hate to say it.
Now let's figure out where he is first.
Why? Wouldn't it be better to know that he's alive so you don't
Yeah, if he's not, then
run yourself
we don't waste 2 questions.
run yourself to death's door to collect his body? You're the vengeance guy.
Yeah, I suppose ask if he's alive first.
Pull out the crystal ball.
You see, ALS spiritual form just coalesces on the opposite side.
I've tried this one before. We're trying to find Rook's brother and struggling with questions.
Yes. I can see some things.
Is he alive?
The one you're talking about is, yes.
I'm going to choose to disregard that nuance for the moment.
Well, the one on this side is dead.
Yeah.
Is he on this side, Seltenbrock?
Yes. Seems to be.
Is he in Aster?
Yes. I think so. My vision is being a little obscured by something, but it seems he's there.
Probably Sabas in some way or another. He's an asshole like that.
Yeah, I would assume. That's not good.
Alright. Well, good news, Rook.
Mm-hmm.
He's alive. He's on this side, and he's in Aster.
It's not what I would call good news.
Yeah,
That
part's
is...
The first two were pretty
The
good.
first 2 are good. Well, the first one's good. If he was on the other side, it would be a little easier, probably.
that's yeah, I guess.
Aside from now having to wait a week to get over there.
Well, there's that.
So, do we just jump into Urilash and go straight to his son?
Well, that's what I'm gonna do.
I got a bad feeling about that.
I can't imagine the conflux point in a place that is studying magic is someplace that we can just stealthily arrive at via Urilash.
He has
Well,
to
how-
know. He has to know that we could figure out he was there, right?
I don't know.
And
I
we don't
mean-
have the firepower to go in guns blazing to Aster. 3 brothers, maybe.
Also, I hate to bring this back up. It didn't... God, what am I blanking on the wizard's name?
Sebas?
No, our Ben's father.
How about?
How about
Halvad, thank you. I always forget his name. I hate to bring this back up, but Halvad did.
That was Zindon.
That was Zindon. Never mind. I forget what's in Astra all the time. I
The
guess.
turlet?
The turlet.
I knew where you were going, but no, unfortunately, we cannot just use the turtle.
We cannot do Toilet Adventure.
Oh, and Aster is where Silas experiments on people.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
I mean,
I'm not gonna leave him in there. He's come and saved us.
We're not suggesting leaving him in there,
Yeah.
but
we need to have a plan.
this is not a small place. This is not something we just waltz in and do. I understand you are worried for your brother and we're going to get him, but We need to do it right, or else we'll just join him in bonds.
Or worse.
Well, we can't fly there.
Not this week,
That's a week.
unless we get a hold of another hopper.
Hey, we're still in Tamaran, right?
Where's
Is it
that?
is-
Dragon form.
Is Conflicts Point accessible?
It's underground somewhere for sure,
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
but you could, try.
I didn't mention it because we were just kind of spitballing ideas when we were in underneath the Benzakia's castle. I tried to connect to the conflicts point because of, I guess I need to have filled you in on this, Millicent. But we talked to Selyun in the conflicts. Something
Oh.
about my divine intervention has like strengthened the bond. So we talked for a bit, and she told us some information that I'm still processing. And so I tried when we were in there to connect to it, and I could sort of do it, but not fully. I can almost pick out. I mean, I could feel like two entities there because it's a conflicts point. Didn't know which
Yeah.
ones, but I feel like if I keep at it, we can maybe get somewhere with that.
Interesting.
The problem is an open conflicts point. I'm not sure if I can do that if it's underground.
Hmm.
So, yes, much better than going back to Urlash, but
Fine.
same concern. Appearing out of the conflux point on a place that studies the conflux point is not going to infiltrate the place. It's going to get us killed.
Well,
I mean-
neither is flying in.
I think also the problem is the fact that this is probably going to be the place that sends a lot of its scries out. Like, the scries that probably try to watch us. I don't like it, but I think at the end of the day, the best we're going to do is maybe dig up a bit more information on it. Because there's not much. There, like, in all of our notes, we don't have a ton on Aster except for the fact that it experiments on people.
That's just going to take more time, though. And we can't find anything here about it.
The only one who might know might be the Eye, but even then, he's still part of the conflict, so it's probably all fucky over there too. Ugh.
The eye would be worth checking, and the genies.
That's a good point.
So we hire a ship.
That's the best we're gonna do for right now. If you're gonna go for speed.
And
I mean, do you know Jensung? Like, do you know how far away she is? Cause maybe she can.
He probably
I'll
is.
call her up.
Yeah.
We get to
Fine.
Rise or
Fine.
we get to Forestburg and we use one of Ben's ships.
Yeah. Like.
Or are there any of the Skylords still down here in the Isles that can come pick
Yeah,
us up?
because we're pretty close to
Oh,
the
yeah.
island. Maybe.
If Ed is still somewhere around here, I don't know what
Right.
he was doing.
Believe Ed was still down here.
I'll take out my sending stone to Jensen.
Yeah.
Hey, we're in Tamaran, and we need to get to, well, Aster. You got someone down here that can fly us around for a bit?
You get a response. Yeah, Ed should have somebody down there. I don't really have a way of contacting anyone, but yeah.
I'll take out my. Oh, wait. Celeste, can you just write a little something to Ed?
Yep, let me do that.
Okay, thanks.
Right. Hello, Ed. It's Celeste. We're in Tomarant and need transportation, possibly to Ranozai, and then maybe to Asta, but we need to figure that out. If you can help us, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Mute.
You're muted.
Was that sending or was that the pen?
That was Pen.
Okay. You get a response that's just laid out in front of you. It says, "Oh hey, sure, yeah, I can send somebody. Might take a couple days."
If it takes a couple days for them to get here, it's probably a slower hopper than ours.
Mm-hmm.
How long would it take us? Trying to think of where we stop off to get there, and
Yeah, change over.
because if we try and fly in at night and come in low and head to, because it's a big island, not all of it can be inhabited 100% of the time. If we can get ourselves onto the island, we can work our way into wherever Sabas does his work and find your brother, as opposed to just into the middle where he almost certainly is. So if we can fly up from the south or from Panacea.
Do you think Grasswind or Lake Hall kind of places? Do you think they still send ships up there?
Probably, because they probably still hire the swords of Aster for their defense.
Could get on one of those.
That's pretty good. Probably not Grasswind. They don't like us.
Yeah,
But
but
Lake Hall doesn't
teleport.
know who we are.
Yeah, we could
Not
teleport,
yet.
Oh.
but
Oh.
they will.
If it's Grasswind, we already know the location, and we probably have shit that you stole from them. We could just do that, and it would work.
Or we could roll the dice.
Or we could roll, the dice and end up somewhere.
I like rolling the dice.
I mean, if we do go to Grasswind, we still have miles to get to where we're going.
Oh, I was just thinking we teleport like right at the dock.
Oh, that is rolling the dice.
Like, you know.
We could go see your cloud giant girlfriend.
That could fly us there.
Slowly. And obviously.
That's also true. Probably very obvious.
But she would love to see you.
Would she know that he's different?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean,
Oh,
you
that's
still
true.
do.
He's not that different.
I mean, obviously, but just a point. Oh, God.
Although she might fight with us.
If you incentivize her, maybe.
I asked her nicely.
Speaking of fight with us, that was a thought I had that I was afraid of asking. Does this need to be the next rise? Does this need to be
Asper?
more than a sneak in and break
Can
him out?
it?
Does this
I
can the 5 of us sneak in there and break him out?
also
Sledge?
Yeah.
I also worry
I don't know
because
about
like
the 5 of us, but 2 of us for sure.
they
Which
ain't
two?
want-
Me? As well as
No.
Why?
That
This
never
is not well.
works.
Hey, we're this time. Look, she's got passes without a trace.
Oh,
She
I
had
kinda do
that
have
the
that
last
right.
few times.
Yeah.
Also, just to answer Cinder's question, I see your point, but Rise, they weren't really expecting us to do all of that and have all of the wherewithal that we had, and it was much closer as opposed to Aster, which is on their doorstep.
And they will
And
be expecting us
I
to come for
really
somebody else.
think they know that that's where we're gonna go.
Yeah,
we have. They have his brother.
That's why they have him.
And I. Yes, it's a war, but I'm kind of hesitant to throw it at this when there's a lot of magic and a lot of AoE that can wreck our warships. Or our Papas, really.
I think we should stealth it.
Or
Infiltrate the place.
you just
What?
find a 9th level spell scroll and you use gate again.
We don't just have those lying around.
You got all kinds of shit lying around. We're in Tarmaran.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
but it's
More money than we
it
have. I'm
it
pretty
could be
sure.
worth spending a couple hours. We can find Valian, ask him if somebody in this town has it. He probably knows who it is.
All right,
Yeah, but,
fine. Let's
like-
go ask Valian.
I don't think you could afford it.
Well,
Well,
I'll
since
feel it.
we have Saints relics, and we do dumber things than probably anybody else on this fucking planet. So
We have options. Let's go find Valian.
Also, how mad would Barry would be if we're just like, hello, can you save my boyfriend's brother? Thanks.
But for real though,
I also
career
thought
as-
about
if
asking him because he
we're
can get
in-
around probably awesome.
Pretty
Yeah.
well, yeah.
You find Valian. He's enjoying a lamb shank somewhere.
Hey,
Welcome back.
I need a gate scroll.
I don't have that.
Do you know someone who might?
Probably.
Could you please introduce us?
Sure. How much money do you have?
Not enough.
But we have good things to trade.
9th level spell scrolls are pretty rare, you understand.
Also, our
artifacts of gods.
state
Right,
artifacts.
but like that kind of thing runs you like 80,000 gold.
Ugh.
Well, how much
Like
would you
maybe
say
all your relics.
really good? All right, well, where's the guy? Where's the guy?
I'll find somebody.
Okay.
There's a fella who runs a scribe's shop, not too far from here. Just come with me.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of goes up to this pretty unassuming sandstone building. There's a lot of people in there, though. All that seem to be feverishly writing on kind of drafting tables. And there is a lizard folk man in here. Kind of pale green skin, orange accents here and there. Just kind of looks up at you.
Hello. Valian, what's he doing?
He's asking what level.
Oh!
Goes to the back of the room and he kind of just pulls out this like black cube. Pushes his hand all the way into it.
Yeah. One of
Yeah,
them.
that's one.
Mm.
100,000?
That's a high price.
Yeah.
There's not many of those floating around.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard for you to negotiate with someone who doesn't speak.
Yes, but also... let's leave. This isn't an option, right, guys?
Not
Ooh,
unless we want to give all of...
Depends on if there was something we could do for him. If we can get this in the matter of a couple of days and just yoink your brother out of there, That's safer and the same speed as us getting our way all the way over to it.
Good sir, is there something we could do, like a big old favor for you?
Is that another fucking worm?
He just pulls out a map,
Uh-huh.
Don't
I'm
Points.
looking.
points to Tanagra.
Yeah, I see it.
He wants the sword.
The sword of
So-
Oliver?
so-
Fuck.
Yes, I've seen the big man. Yes. I've seen the man that carries a sword. Yeah. Yes, he's very strong. He's incredibly strong.
Question for the class. We didn't spend a lot of time with those dudes, but do we remember, was he a paladin?
I don't know.
Or was he just a guy with a sword? Like, was he a follower of Oliver?
I feel like he would have had like some kind of symbols on him. Like, do I remember if he had a symbol on him?
He was, as far as you know, everybody there is basically a fighter.
It
Mm.
was like he's just really strong to me.
Because there's a non-zero chance if he was a follower of Oliver that you could convince him to do this, because isn't Oliver's whole thing like self-sacrifice and protecting people?
Yeah.
You're right.
Genius. What the hell's this scrawny little fuck gonna do with the sword that big?
Yeah, just
So
be a
how
follower
supposed
of
to do that?
Oliver.
Supposed to do. He's gonna trade it for something else terrible.
Alright. How are we gonna get down to Shinagra?
We're not.
That's not gonna take a few days.
Hmm.
Can we walk away from this little man who wants a big sword?
Yes.
Yes, we'll get back to you.
I know we need. That spell would be very efficient. But
Yes.
something feels wrong about like taking a sword from a protector from a that's about a saint that the whole thing was protecting.
To protect somebody that actively manages the balance between two worlds worth of people. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to make an argument of who's protecting the world more, the guy killing worms or the guy keeping the Blackmires at bay. I'm just saying, there's a non-zero possibility that Rook could talk his way into this.
There's that, and God, it would have been convenient if we found it on the other side.
That's what I was actually about to go look and see if I could maybe get another legend lore in and see if there's another version of this on the other side.
But then we have to get to the other side, which is a whole other thing.
Yep.
Oh my
Or
God,
we could just teleport to the docks above Lake Hall and infiltrate the place.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Definitely do it.
See,
Definitely.
all of the options are going to require a couple of days. There's nothing that gets him out tomorrow.
That one's
So-
not going to take days. We teleport right onto the docks.
Is it?
I-
Don't they use Zeltenbrock gridliners though?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if the one up to
Those things are slow as hell.
yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Didn't they travel like a grid line a day or something fucking terrible like that? I don't remember. It's been a long time since we rode one.
And I imagine the ones from not Siltenbach will be very heavily scrutinized.
Yeah, one grid span every 24 hours.
Christ.
So it's a 3-day trip to Asta, riding the ship.
Curse you, Zeltenbrock.
So
That's 3 whole days you have to be on a Zeltenbrock
Oh
gridline.
my-
I
God.
still think the idea of going to Rhino's Eye and at least getting like a slight mote of more information on this, because otherwise we're still just gonna go in blind and probably everyone's gonna know what we're gonna do.
same question: how do we get to Rocinante without waiting a bunch of days? Do we really
we're gonna-
burn a teleport scroll just to get the rest?
Well, it sounds like we're just gonna wait a few days, alright?
That's kind of what I'm
Why
thinking.
am-
Just
I'm trying to make the most out of your days because I understand your sense of urgency, and I'm trying to get the most value and the least risk. If we have to spend 3 days, no matter what.
Is there a dock here? No, we're just in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, you're
Maybe we
60
maybe to
miles away
Eastgate?
from a dock.
Like if you walk all the way to the edge of the thing, is there a dock to Eastgate?
There is. It's,
Oh wait, all hoppers don't need that, right? They don't need a dock.
no,
Correct.
Can we hire? Is there a hopper around there?
there are certainly.
Valiant, are there hoppers around here?
Yeah, they're kind of slow this time of year, but
Are they cheap?
no.
Yeah.
They're cheaper than a 9th level spell scroll.
They're for hire?
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
cheaper for a 9th level spell scroll. Does that depend on where they are hired to go?
Well, yeah. You guys are talking about going to Aster. I don't think you're going to find anybody willing to do that. You could
All right,
buy
how
a
about-
hopper.
How about Rocinante?
Yeah, yeah.
Problem
they do
is-
that. Yeah.
We have a hopper, we just can't get at it for a week.
Weird.
Yeah, we do a lot of weird things.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Unfortunately,
It
we have a sense
is.
of urgency today.
I don't really understand what's going on.
It's okay.
Can't
Yeah, long-
imagine you would care if we explained it to you. There's
I
It's
no
gonna be
mean, a
miles
little bit,
Valiant.
but not a ton.
I mean, the long and the short of it is his brother was kidnapped.
No. You know you had a brother.
Yeah, he's kidnapped by Samus no lore, so.
Hmm.
Yeah, he sucks real bad.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. That's was anything you want to offer to help with that?
You probably don't remember, but I did send a lot of supplies to help when you guys were taking over Rise.
I mean,
Yep.
with this specific situation right now.
Probably not that much.
You know what I have, and know what my terms
No.
are. Perhaps something
Yeah.
could be arranged on a promissory basis.
Oh,
What of your things that you have could help us with this specific situation?
I
Other
can
than
see.
the ring we just traded for that needs to wait 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I can see a lot of ways that big nasty boy could,
Yes, but my brother's there right now.
well. You win some, you lose some.
No, that's not the point of the mission. I would be more than happy to throw the big boy on there after my brother's off.
It'd be really funny, actually.
It would. It'd be hilarious.
Watch all them sorcerers shit their fucking pants.
Yeah,
And he
it'd
would
be
be
great.
and he would be pretty self-contained. not
Yeah,
like just turn
I like
loose.
that
Yeah.
idea, to be honest.
Everyone there sucks.
Pretty much. Well, the sword is
I-
useful. But
Fuck them.
fuck 'em.
Yeah.
Is
What,
is
what
the
did you-
Tarask
what do you
like
want
a?
by the way?
There's also the iron flask.
What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Find out what's inside it.
I was gonna say, didn't you say there was something in it?
Yeah.
Can we find out what's inside right now?
Only by letting it out.
Do you think it's something that can fly?
If I had to hazard a guess, probably.
Oh.
Probably not very fast. And
what
probably
kind of-
not very inclined to assist you.
Kind of magic is that? That feels like something that we could probably ask Baron on about.
It absorbs things from another plane and stores them inside.
Yeah, conjuration-y planar shit.
Yeah.
We know a guy.
You know the guy whose stuff I'm trying to get?
That's why I didn't want to steal from him,
Shit.
Yes, you do know that guy.
because he would just find us and be mad.
I feel like I shouldn't be talking to you.
I was the one who's gonna steal it anyways. Maybe.
Maybe.
But probably not.
Probably not, but maybe.
But maybe though.
But what if you did though?
This is not the point of this conversation.
I feel like you and I are having different conversations.
I'm gonna go find a hopper.
Or, well, hold on.
What?
I'm holding.
The big monster. Is that like an everybody dies immediately situation, or is that a enough chaos that we could get him out from under it and leave?
I really don't know, buddy.
Such a ass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you want in exchange for that?
I want you to break into Baron Han's demiplane and
Oh,
find
that's
out what
what
he's
you
got
want.
in there.
we were having
And
two
bring it
that
sides
back.
of the same conversation.
Was that the promissory basis one you were talking
Yeah.
about?
But I will collect.
Well, can we give you something else for it if we don't do that?
That then of equal value.
What
Yeah,
exactly
cool.
were you looking for?
I don't know. That's the point. I want to know what's in there. He's got to have something good. Otherwise, why would he make it and maintain it for 1,000 years?
The man
Well, how
has a
about-
lot of notes. I could have imagined it's just a giant library of just his notes.
That
How
would
about
still
I
probably
do my
be-
best with that, and if not, we kill one of those 2 big worms that teleport.
I mean, I like that, but that's not. This is a fucking
Well, it's not equal
Taras,
value.
dude.
How about at the end of the day, those 2 big worms that teleport are serving Benzakir and feeding his horde, and we're planning on killing him. You can have first shot at the pile.
But I want the worms.
And you can get the worms.
How do I get the worms?
What
Well, we'll
what
kill
do, what do you want from the worms? The primordium?
The goo. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
we'll
planning on killing Benzakir,
Alright,
where
fine.
all of the
We'll-
primordium goes.
He has primordium. He has a lot of
Yes.
primordium.
Yeah, it's got
He
little
has-
hordes of it.
You
He has
gonna kill
centuries worth.
Benzakir, and you're gonna give me all of his primordium.
Not
No, I
all.
said you get the first shot at it.
But how much do I
A
get?
percent. A
I
percentage.
feel like we should be making this right
What
now.
percentage?
30%.
30%?
Oh, that's a bigger
No.
number than I was gonna
50.
offer.
Also, can
50? You're crazy.
I answer this man? I know I'm not gonna pass it. But
Go
like,
for it.
what
Look,
the fuck's
do you have
happening
any
here? What is he-
idea what sort of a thing I would be giving you?
Do you know how much primordium that guy has?
Do you
No.
want it in the tower or in the
You
chat?
can roll in the chat. No,
He's
I
been
have.
alive since the Ascension.
I know.
So he's been
Doing-
collecting for
This
a long
guy
time.
this.
seems pretty above board. He just knows what he wants.
50%, we get all your shit. That's.
You could have the Iron Flask too.
I don't give a shit about the Iron
I
Flask.
don't know that I want the iron flask.
You could put somebody in there. Anybody from another plane. You could put fucking Erlash in there, maybe. I don't know.
While whatever's currently in there is in there, just
No, you gotta
make them
take that out
Be
first.
friends. Okay, yeah.
I wanna take
So
that out
he's
first.
still having a problem.
Maybe he's a fucking flump. I don't know. That's the
Wait a
beauty.
second.
It's a wild card.
Wait a second. We could put Evil Clifford in there.
Couldn't we also put
Okay.
theoretically?
Right?
You
Look at
sneak
him.
in, you
Kill
put
him.
Celerio in there.
Yeah, we could, I was about to say we could put anybody from the other side in there. 'cause
You
it's
said he was
Oh
from
my
a different
God.
plane.
Oh my god, that would actually work.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sense. We just need to get to Slerio
So
and
I
like
get
I can use Puerto
50%.
Rico. We shouldn't be making.
That's a little high.
40.
Can we?
How about I get whatever I can fit in a bag of holding?
Whoa.
A regular bag of holding.
Yeah.
Uh,
How much is just the Iron Flask?
I want. I mean, if you're not gonna do the Baranon thing,
How much just straight gold
Oh.
is the Iron Flask?
that's a good question.
Okay. Maybe we could just do regular
170,000 gold.
Okay, never mind. God, that's a lot.
It's actually
Yeah, no
more
shit.
expensive than the scroll of Tarask summoning for some reason.
That's
It's
crazy.
reusable.
That's true.
That's
And
important.
you could fucking put the Tarask in there once you're done with it. Save it for
Oh.
a rainy day.
That's actually awesome. Release the Taraz,
Fucking
cause mayhem,
have a Pokemon.
Pokeball back, and
You
leave.
just throw fucking. It's just a Master Ball at that point.
Yeah.
No, war crimes. Come back.
This is so far beyond woe house be upon ye now.
You just wait one moment. We have to discuss a
Whoa,
thing.
Groudon be upon thee. Yeah, have fun.
Rayquaza shows up.
So guys, I'm completely in. I want both the scroll and the flask.
Oh, what the fuck is happening? Don't
What?
like any of this.
What's
Why does it
wrong?
want that much primordium?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Not to encourage Rook making bad decisions,
What?
but I don't see any walking into Aster plan that doesn't involve us either needing to plan our asses off and prepare for longer than we have time for,
Or dropping
die.
ground.
or die. So, like,
Also,
dropping Groudon on the island.
I'm just gonna say, if we get to the point where we have killed Benzakir, what do we care about Primordium? Like,
I don't give two shits. about
haven't we
Primordium.
solved the problem by that point?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but the problem is just I just want to make sure this isn't gonna bite our ass and
And
like.
if we need to,
like,
we
why
can
does-
kill this fat green shit then.
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Huh?
Unless he's, like, secretly a demigod.
No.
Man, the-
Dealing with bigger
no,
problems.
no way.
I am. Look
This
at him,
guy,
he's
look
so-
at him.
No.
Look at him eating
Look at
mutton
that
over
guy.
there. What?
Yeah.
We've. I could even broach this. Okay.
I see no flaws in this plan whatsoever.
I see
I
so
see
many flaws in this
several,
plan.
I see several
There's
flaws
so
with every
many.
plan we've been talking about, so I don't.
He gets 40%.
You want the flask and the scroll? I don't think he's gonna settle for 40.
That's what he just said.
Not for both of them.
Oh, was that just for one?
That was just for the scroll.
Oh.
The flask is kind of just insurance. The scroll is how we get your brother.
Yeah, but there's also probably something in the flask.
Hey,
I mean,
Well,
what if we
What if
release it there?
Celirio's in the flask?
He's not.
But what if he was? That would be
What if we
crazy.
released
That'd be
it and we
insane.
put him in there, right?
That'd be insane, and also that I mean that God was lying to us.
hey, can I pull out my pen and just write a letter?
You already did that today, didn't you?
Oh, you're right. It's once a day,
You
huh?
wrote a letter to Ed.
Oh no, I know that. I didn't remember it was once a day.
Yeah, I think it's once a day. I actually don't know. I think it was.
Yep, once a day.
I think I remember what my homebrew does.
Damn you.
Oh, I need to remember that I have advantage in the intelligence checks.
So, which flavor of stupid ass idea? Like, are we?
We
don't
have
re-
quite a few. I'm actually kind of impressed at the
I
sheer
know.
magnitude of idiocy we've managed to
We
concoct
get
in the
the
last half hour.
flask. We get the flask. We get the scroll. When we have
Mm-hmm.
the flask, one of you two, probably Celeste, I think, cast Magic Circle. We trap whatever's in the iron flask in the Magic Circle when we release it, and we just fucking leave it here. So someone
Can I
else
just
can
say-
do it.
Can I just say that, guys, we need to be urgent about this, yes. But if they haven't killed him right off the rip, what's the point of holding him otherwise? Like, to taunt us?
To bait us.
Yeah,
Yes.
to bait or for insurance against me.
So do we need to sprint into this if they already know it's bait?
I just want to throw a Tarask on it. Please let me have this.
What an end to the campaign this would be if we play for all this time and then we just get stepped on by our own fucking Groudon.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We have the flask.
Full of
They will release.
God knows what.
They can fight each other. That's it.
Yeah.
Godzilla
we're
It's
and
a real
Mothra.
Pokemon battle.
Yeah.
To be fair,
We're, Or at
I'm
least
not-
on both. On the,
I'm not really
island.
sure I'm that worried about whatever's in the flask because we're talking about sending out a Tarask, and we've already fought demon lords.
Yeah.
How
I'm
much
not
more
worried.
upped can this ante get?
You want to fucking
Yeah,
bet?
not much.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I'm not worried.
Why would this backwater fucking merchant man have some deity in his flask?
Why does he have a scroll of Tarask summon?
Because I'm pretty sure he's a demigod or some shit. But
Regardless, the man has ways to get his hands on illicit items. That much is known.
He's just a very good merchant.
Oh.
Oh,
He started out with a quarter and he traded up to that.
Why do I have more anxiety now than when we were beneath Benzakir's castle? What the-
Yeah, what's up?
45% for both.
For both? Make a
Yeah.
persuasion check.
Okay.
My God.
60.
60. That's so much.
what are you going to? You can't even move that.
What are you
much.
gonna do with it?
55.
58.
Yeah, shit.
Alright, yeah.
And
There's
you're
a
gonna
nat
give it
20.
to me. Now, is there a time box on this?
What?
No.
Nope.
So just someday, I have a vague promise that someday you'll kill this guy and give me 58% of the primordium that he has in his house.
To be
Yeah.
fair, we do want this man dead.
And
know.
also, the timeline is a little bit dependent on everything else going on. You know, war were
World
declared.
ending.
Let's
and all
say
that.
I
Yeah.
give you. Let's see.
Yeah.
Do you?
It's Fin 18th right now. Let's say I give you to the end of the year.
And what if we don't?
Then I'll find you.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. I knew. I don't like this. I don't like this.
You think I
Fuck
wouldn't
it.
carry around something of this magnitude without having the wherewithal to back it up?
Oh, I fully believe you have some kind of wherewithal to back it up.
Then we're on the same page.
Alright, how many months is that?
It's a little over 6.
That's enough time to kill Benzakir.
As long as we don't get yoinked to the other side again. So it's like 4 months to get back last time.
Or you're going to some other weird demi-plane nonsense.
Do we have a deal?
To be fair, if we're yoinked to some demi-plane, he can't find us anywhere. And if he does, maybe he can get us out.
Wanna bet?
Hence the second half of that sentence.
My man, what is your deal? What is?
Why do we need this?
Do you-
Why do we
How
really
much do
need
you know about Primordium?
I know it's worth a lot. And
Yeah.
it can cast spells.
Do you know why
Because it's
those
connected
things
to
are
the,
true?
to the elemental plane.
Yes.
Because of the Leviathans and all that.
Yes, it comes from Leviathans.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Benzakir is?
An old guy.
Are you understanding how old based on the things?
Oh yeah, like 2,000-3,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just kind of told him that.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that already.
Do you know where he comes from?
Presumably his mama.
Okay.
He's more like me than like you. He comes from a Leviathan.
Baby, ain't nobody like me.
I'm beginning to understand that. But he comes from a Leviathan, and not the friendly one.
Oh.
And Primordium is power left over from them creating and destroying planes.
And I get 58% of it.
So, how many genies are there? There's
That's 4.
we know of 3 of them.
Well, we know of all of them.
I ain't no genie.
I know.
I'm just a regular old fat guy.
Or are
this
you
guy
a
is
warlock of an asshole that lives in a volcano?
No, fuck that guy.
Oh, man.
Thank God. No, that's one level of complication.
I wouldn't be dealing with you if I was. He'd have all this shit, man. He
Yeah,
tried.
that's true. Yeah.
He tried.
What do you say, guys?
He couldn't afford me.
Uh,
What do you say, guys? 58%? 6 months.
58%, 6 months. You ain't gonna
It's
find a
just-
better deal than that.
I
Six
like
months
this
is what
deal.
concerned me. We can easily piss away 6 months doing other
Well,
random shit
Of
on
course,
accident.
the 6 months is concerning.
That's what makes it fun. Caveat emptor.
58,
Not on board.
58%, 6 months, or the war is over. If we are still dealing with this, we have until the end of that.
I don't care how you get it to me. I'm getting 58% of that shit.
Yes.
And you're gonna give it to me. Whether that's by force or by killing him or whatever. I don't care about that. But
Yes. Agreed.
as long as I get my 58% in 6 months.
6 months or the war is over.
Wars don't end.
If 6 months from now we're still dealing with this and we're trapped in Zeltenbrock somewhere,
Why are you still considering this?
Then that's your problem.
then you can come get us out of Zeltenbrock to collect.
How would I do that?
Dude, I don't know.
You
can't
just took
do
my
that
ring.
shit.
I'm gonna walk my fat ass all the way across the world.
You're the one who said you would find us.
Oh, I will find you.
He'll be very mad when he gets there.
I'll be having cross words with you. Because this is some shit that I'd be giving you for free. I'm giving you a 400,000 gold value for essentially nothing. Essentially nothing for 6 months, other than the vague promise that maybe I'll get something then. 58% of something that I ain't even seen. What if this motherfucker got like a thimble in there? This is the worst deal I've ever made. And you're haggling with me on it. This is some world-ending shit. And you're like, no, I gotta finish a war first.
Would much rather not make the deal myself.
Oh, fine. Valiant, I guess the deal's off.
Alright, well, you know what, if I'm...
Unless you guys want to do it. I'm just very uncomfortable with all of this.
No, we won't do it since half of us are against it.
I wasn't against it. I don't know if I count.
I was kind of in favor.
Yeah,
The 6 months is
obviously.
concerning, but
Yes, the 6 months is concerning.
I don't think we have a better plan to get into Aster. I don't think that's a good one.
No,
Oh,
I don't
almost
think we have
never.
I don't think we have an abundance of those at all right now. So
well, then let's just hang out, get a little ride to Rocinante and figure it out. Huh? Think about some options on the flyover.
can I insight Rook right now?
Mm-hmm.
Mister, I found out my dad was there and read a scroll in the middle of the night. And now he is suddenly willing to be patient.
Seems legit. He seems to be above board with you.
Okay. Yeah, then we'll try and get something from Rocinante, and
I mean, even if we had that stuff, we still wouldn't get there today.
it's true.
So, I don't know. I would love to rain down a dinosaur on them, but perhaps another day.
Stegosaurus
seen-
the size of Manhattan.
We've seen dinosaurs. This is a whole nother level.
Perhaps we kill Benzakir a little earlier than we had on the timeline, and then we get a dinosaur, and then I throw it at Andreas.
Hey, as our dumbasses are talking about this in the open, can I look around for scrying orbs?
Make a perception check.
I'd love to.
You see 2 of them.
Oh my god.
Where we go?
I just point to directions we're at.
See, Valiant's like, oh, he just like packs up his whole shop. Just, see ya. Just walks away.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Have fun storming the castle.
Yeah.
Should have done that before this whole conversation got out of hand.
Alright, we don't go to Rosalante, we'll figure it out. Let's just take a sleep, I guess. Just wait for Ed's ships to get here or something. I don't fucking know.
Sure.
Maybe one of Ed's boys can just fly us in covertly. Or we can just take a ship.
Great.
Great.
It
Right.
didn't help anything.
Either way, we're done talking about this for
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Boy, I can't wait to go to the
Die.
Galbear. That's gonna be great when we go there. That's
I
our
love
next
that
stop,
place.
right?
That's my favorite place ever.
That's where we're going next, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Jensung needed something.
I think I fooled them.
Hey, Fred.
You guys go back to the tower after an hour of trying to figure out what the hell to do.
There's no good answer.
Shit, dude, there sure isn't.
Nope.
Not really. Anything anybody wants to do?
What were we going to do before we found out your brother was captured?
I think I have notes for that.
We're just gonna go to Zedbrock so I can start on my list.
And you guys can have waited to have this until the scrying eyes were gone as well.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because we had just learned about the Colossi siphoning the grid lines. And the urgency to get over there, start actually with situations.
Here's another option of us not going into Aster. How about this? If he wants to play ball, let's go to Zindin and I'll kidnap his sister.
Andreas's?
Andreas' sister.
And you not worried about that potentially escalating and harming your brother if you did that?
I think he would be worried about me harming his sister. Since he gave me the whole warning, and also he knows I'll kill her.
Yeah, if we can trust this guy to be reasonable.
Yeah, because he
And
dumped
It'd be
his.
like
I mean, he's still
Like,
alive, right?
it'd be like a hostage trade or something, you know? I know. Just not.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he also dump his like close friend after he changed and like became a bit more? I don't want to say office rocker. I'm not sure if that's the right words from what I remember, but
Was the impression we got from Sad Man that Rook murdered?
and I wouldn't put it past Andreas to give the threat to Rook to discourage him from fucking up the black miles in order to, like they want to keep production going on whatever the hell they're working on. But I'm not sure if he's acting a little weird and crazy, like if he actually has, if he actually actively cares for them otherwise. Or at
Well,
least
why
all of
else
them,
would he have sent me that little warning?
to keep you off their ass.
To slow you down.
I guess. Well, I don't know any fast way to get there. Any covert way to get there that won't take forever.
Yeah.
Fortunately, agree.
Unless
We
Yes.
Yeah.
you do your fancy teleporty stuff, go to the other side, come back through the
Yeah.
Institute.
Mm-hmm.
That's not close to Aster.
No.
Okay.
that's it.
I'm not the brains of this operation.
Alright.
taken for consideration. Thank you for your input.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, my brain's a little fried at the moment.
We were talking about going and dealing with the giant flying robots.
Yes.
What capacity of dealing with were we interested in? Because we've seen now that apparently there's little people inside of them flying them around.
Regular sized people.
Yeah, relative scale, little people.
I think dealing with was a matter of like disrupting and preventing them from getting to full operation.
What if we were to
Flying
acquire
over Aster.
and then go kick rocks in Aster?
Where are they?
Great question. That was on the docket, was to figure out where they were being built and siphoning from the grid lines and go stop that from being a problem.
I mean,
They're being
probably
built
Drexler,
in-
right?
They're being built in Drexler, and parts are coming from Onric, and also there's some in God's Hold, maybe.
Yes. That sounds right.
Go steal him from God's Hold. We've been going at this the whole wrong way.
No, because then we're gonna get into a big fight, and then we're gonna have to wait and rest for a whole week.
And then we can get the fucking surfboard out of the ball.
And then we can just fly there with no robots.
This is
All of our
hard.
All of our problems right now are dealing with the giant like leaders that have way too much at their power.
I liked it better when I was a fireplace.
You know what?
This whole thinking thing is hard.
You know what? I've solved the problem. I'll just not be impatient. Let's wait a week and let's take out the goddamn surfboard. How does that sound, everyone? Does that sound like a good plan?
Probably.
No.
Yeah.
Good
I
night.
mean, the only other way that we could, the only other way we could possibly speed up that process is like asking Indy if we could go rest in his place.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how convenient it would be to be able to rest there more often, like on
I mean,
purpose?
can we just get Like, oh no, we can't use it yet, JK. I was like, we could just gate raid it.
Okay, so I can
but-
teleport everybody 10 feet. I
Yeah?
can do that once every 6 seconds.
Yeah?
How fast will we fall? In 6
How many-
seconds.
How many feather falls does it take? How high do we have to start?
Yeah, what
Calculate
if
this
we-
trajectory?
Oh my god.
We could make it to the next island.
Probably not.
No, probably not. We die.
Oh hey, that does give me a not terrible idea though. Actually,
Does
how
it?
long does, how long does the become a fart spell last?
not long enough.
I think it's like 8 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not sure that's true.
Well, the farts don't move fast though.
They do.
Farts move fast as fuck.
Farts are
Oh.
fast, dude.
I'm thinking of the wrong spell.
Yeah. No, these
Um,
these farts, these are fast farts.
It lasts
Oh.
8 hours, and you have a flying speed of 300 feet.
Well, no.
Every 6 seconds?
Yeah,
All right, hold on.
What level spell is that?
50 feet per second.
6. So, wait a week, so I can have that option and the frisbee option when we wake up.
Okay. Either way, we're waiting a week.
That's 34 miles an hour. Grid length
How
is
f-
132 miles. (34 times 8), that's 272 miles. So you could get like you could get 2 grid lengths with that.
In 8 hours?
Mm-hmm.
How many people can that target?
10,
All
11.
Perfect. We
That's
fly
out.
over to Aster, and that's our way out.
you could get 2 grid lengths with that. Oh yeah, you get out with that. Yeah.
That's our way out.
You
We can go from
You
Aster
fart away.
up to Zeltenbrock.
You fart your way to Braddock. You're
Far
like,
on
see ya.
over Braddock.
Ah.
Or we could really trick them and fart over to Fairmoon.
Oh no.
Or you do the old
If we
fart
go
and
from
feather
tip,
fall.
if we go from tip to tip here,
Don't say that.
because
That's
it's 15.
that's,
The measurement is 15 feet for a
that's not quite enough. You just go get your cloud giant girlfriend to Sticker Island right on the edge there.
On the other tip.
Yeah. And then you fart on the tip.
No.
We're doing so well today, guys.
I think we should sleep on it. I know it's like 8 in the morning, but I really feel like it's been
I-
a whole day already.
I have to go
want
lay
to go
down.
take a nap.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right, we'll think about it and we'll reconvene in the morning.
Okay.
Okay, everybody come back with 2 ideas,
No.
and then we'll decide the best one. And then probably end up doing something else anyway.
Ah.
All right, break. We can stop there.
Yes.
Thanks. In real life, my brain was just like,
God,
that's
how do you
enough,
think
Chief.
I feel?
Oh, yeah, no, I get it. I have so many notes this session.
Boy, that got stupid real quick.
It sure
Yeah.
did, dude.
We used all our brain power for that first half,
Yep.
and then it just went poo the second half.
I did not have any faith in our ability to rein in a Tarrasque even with a Pokeball, dude.
Would have been awesome.
Even
I
if
would-
it failed to rein in, we could just leave it in Aster and be like, bummer.
I would have been a fan,
Bummers of
Hear about Aster? It's messed up, right?
It sucks, right?
That's crazy. Anyway. All right.
That's sad movie.
Well, we'll be back sometime.
Sometime.
I'll be back sometime.
Yeah, we don't know yet when yet, but we'll see.
Follow us to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoa!
Follow us on the
Wow.
website formerly known as Twitter. Until then.
We will.